those debt borrowings at a level that's much easier to navigate than what would be otherwise. Also, we have implemented security upgrades over the last several years. With these dollars, we have purchased things like security, student devices to continue our one-to-one initiative. So, we try to think outside of the box, but these types of things have allowed us to do some things otherwise that might be difficult and require some budgetary reductions in other areas. For operations, we're tracking reasonably close to the prior year. Revenue trend is still generally what it was last year. It's about 15 some odd percent actual to budget. Of course, that's through 2 data points, primarily through sales tax. So nothing unusual going on there. For expenditures, fairly comparable to the year before. It is a little higher if you look on that sheet. It's about 20% versus 18%, 18 to 19% the year before. Nothing significantly huge, but there's a couple of factors that created that. One, we paid our first installment of debt to the county for debt subsidy. We paid that in the first quarter, a little quicker than we did the year before. I'd say that probably didn't hurt Chris's feelings any, but so we had that. We paid it a little sooner. We also had a significant textbook purchase out of fund balance, so that's why you're going to see that number. It's a little bit higher than the year before. That probably comes back to more normal levels as the year goes on. But nothing unusual in our operations. There's nothing really significantly unforeseen. With respect to our concerns, we've addressed this kind of fork in the road before with the committee, but I think it's always important to keep it in front of the committee because it's always something that we grapple with. Educational priorities versus facility infrastructure construction needs. And I know debt's going to be a topic later on in the agenda, but I just think it's always important for us to keep this near the top, so keep it on our radar, because we get this stark reminder, especially each year during budget deliberations when we're working with the capital plan and the budget, because often we find that these initiatives are competing for the same dollars, right? And so we have to be very strategic in how we budget those dollars and try to find that balance between our capital needs and educational needs. And the one other thing I would mention, we mentioned this before, with federal grant funding, particularly this year, it's been kind of a wait-and-see mode for school districts across the country. That there's been some uncertainty in the sense that you think certain federal grants maybe are going away according to the federal government. So you think they're there, then they're not, and then they come back. So it's been a bit unsettling. So hopefully the dust will finally settle on that. But I think in our present environment, I think it bears repeating that this may be something we have to navigate for a while. Lastly, we want to keep a watchful eye always on our economic conditions. Again, this is something we mention every time as well, but a significant part of our budget is dependent upon consumer spending. And 36% of the local option sales tax funds, well, let me say it this way, 36% of our budget is funded through local option sales tax. Also, our TISA funding from the state, which is about 50% of our budget, a large portion of TISA is actually funded through the state's portion of sales tax. So this is why we keep a close eye on this, that any downturn in the economy, at least if it's something that lasted significantly long, would certainly be problematic. Fortunately, we haven't had to deal with that in a while. Sales tax surpluses continue. We continue to receive those month after month. We're about 3% ahead of last year. So we do rest a bit easier when those surpluses are always there. It's not to the level that it was several years ago. We had some banner years, particularly as we were coming out of COVID. But nevertheless, we still have surpluses showing. So once again, so far so good. But there are some things that we have to perpetually keep our eye on. So anyway, I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Mr. McPherson from the committee? Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. We asked this, I think, last time, but I didn't receive a follow-up. What is the per pupil investment And how does it compare to other counties of equal size?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say our per pupil investment on the local side is probably pretty good. Our per pupil investment on the state side is probably not so good. Um, we looked at this back, gosh, it's been a year or two ago, I guess. Chris may have better numbers than me. I think on a per pupil level, we're probably in the top 12 in the state with regards to this local funding. When it comes to state funding, I remember years ago when we would look at this, we were dead last. We're not dead last anymore. TISA actually helped us in comparison to some of the other districts a little. But we're still pretty well not.
But do you have a dollar amount?
Oh, I can get that. Folks look at this a little differently. I think in total, maybe our per pupil dollar amount is, oh gosh, I don't know. I'm hoping, Chris, it's about $10,000. Chris, does that either? Where's Simon? Did he leave? Okay. I don't know if you know or not. Okay, I can get that. It's not. A lot of times when you look at that, it's really funny because when the state will give you a per pupil dollar amount, they'll divide your funding by the total average daily attendance, which is a little higher. But they fund you on average daily membership, which is lower, right? So I would say it's not a problem to get that. Sometimes there's certain things that they omit, like debt and some of the other things. When we stack up against other districts, in total, it's probably not so great, but I can get that broken out actually between local, federal, and state and real dollars.
And then one last question. You mentioned the federal grants. What is the dollar figure of federal grant money that the school system receives on average yearly?
Yeah, probably. I can get that for you too. You're probably looking at about $40 to $50 million each year, maybe of an application. That's your two biggest are going to be Title I, which is obviously students. Those are allocated to schools with higher proportions of at-risk children, namely economically disadvantaged kids. IDEA would be our special education population. That's probably, those two together, if you look at all of the title programs and special education, you might be looking at probably mid to upper 30s million. So that's the bulk. It's going to be those two. And also it's those two where we have the majority of our personnel costs in federal programs. It's going to be those two budgets. We can get that for you though. That's not a problem.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll get both of those.
Thank
If you
Mr.
could
Chair.
send those to the commission office, we'll distribute amongst the commission.
Absolutely. We'll do.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. McPherson? Yes, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, hello.
Hello.
Can you tell us where you are on meeting the governor's order of the starting salary for teachers? And
ma'am.
also in combined with that, I know that the state allowed a huge influx about 3 years ago to give you a boost on that.
Correct.
And was that amount of money time limited also?
It was a part of the annual TISA increase.
Right.
So that TISA increase, it was a significant increase in year one. And then that allowed us to program a huge part of those dollars into salary increases, right? Especially for teachers. I think probably on average, teachers received about a 10% increase, which was very welcome, right? Because that gave us a kickstart to get to that $50,000 minimum payment.
Right.
We expect and are hopeful that we will get there in time for next budget year. For this upcoming budget cycle, we've been on kind of this march where we had that initial increase, and then we've been able to, over the last couple of years, incrementally increase it in very consistent ways so that we can hit that $50,000 mark effective for the next budget year.
Okay, so just right now, can you ballpark me what a starting teacher with, say, a bachelor's degree, what that number is?
I think it's probably around 48.
48?
Once again, it's 48 and change, but right.
That's close enough, thank you.
Let's see, maybe actually a little higher than that. It's 48 to 49,
Okay.
probably. And so we have to get to that 50,000 mark. And that would be on that would be on the bachelor scale, right? On
Right,
step
correct.
0. So that would be the minimum. But, you know, we can get you that too. It's probably around, it would probably about 2.5%, something like that, away from that. So
Right.
whatever that would amount
Thank
to.
you.
Yeah, all right.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. McPherson.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Andy?
Oh.
Can't see your microphone light, so anyway. Commissioner Fox? It's not on. No. No. Here, it does.
Thank you, Commissioner Jay, or Chair Jay. I just wanted to follow up. I didn't quite catch the number when you were rattling them off a minute ago. You said 36% of the budget is local option sales tax, and you gave another percentage, which was the state, the TISA, sales tax from TISA. What was that number?
It's probably just shy of 50%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Stay tuned. I have that in the presentation at the end, so I have that number in more detail. Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Moving on to item number 7, summary report of Knox County tax collections and investments from our trustee. If you would join us at the podium, please. Give us your name and department, and I think we have a digital version, correct?
Yes, sir, you should. Justin Biggs, Knox County Trustee, 400 West Main Street. Going to go over real quick some of our favorable things. We're still receiving an extremely favorable interest rate on our daily deposits through First Bank at 4.40. Our money market account we have at Smart Bank is at 4% rate. We do have Ms. Pearl Mathis and I've worked on the interest earned in the first quarter, which is great. It's $2.2 million. It's probably a little bit more than that now. That's through different accounts through First Bank, our master account, our ICS sweep account, ICS savings, LGIP, and Smart Bank. Also through Raymond James, the interest that we've earned is approximately $508,394. That's for the fiscal year 25-26, which is stellar. Some things that we looked at was our numbers. In 2025, our tax statements have already gone out, obviously. They were mailed not just on time, but a little early, and that's helped with our collections. Our collections are, on this date, $40,092,000. That's actually a little bit higher now. That's one of the best Octobers we've ever had in county history. It's been really good. So what does that mean? That means that we think it contributes to some people were paying city property taxes because there is a small discount if you pay early with the city. We've talked about it in the past here at Finance a few years ago. It is not feasible for us to do that with the county at all. So we're off to a great start for October. Our tax sales have brought in $4,422,000. It is scheduled for March the 18th. That number might be a little bit higher now. I think we've had 2 payouts since then. We have 548 parcels left in the tax sale. We attached the 6-year comparison for June, July, and August of 2025. If you look over that, I think you'll see, you know, we're doing pretty good. A lot of those years are in the 99% collection rating, which is not easy to obtain. That's just a lot of hard work, effort, and energy by the team upstairs in the trustee's office. Commercial property owners, it's unfavorable. Retail food service is really struggling. We've gone out and talked to different businesses with personal property in the community, and I just asked, I said, hey, why are you guys, you know, struggling right now? And what I was been told by different ones, they said that DoorDash, Uber Eats, and things of that nature, people will order an entree, they won't get a drink, they won't get an appetizer, they won't get a dessert. Literally, they're coming, picking up the food, and it's being delivered straight to their house. So at the end of the day, that's having an impact on them. Honestly, I never even thought about any of that. That was something that was introduced during the COVID years that has kind of stuck around and been a larger impact. So that's what a lot of the commercial food businesses are telling us. So we're watching the market to make sure we can get the best possible rates. Fed funds, interest rates, they're slowly creeping down. We're going to watch those. I suspect that they're going to continue to go down over the next year as we see what's going to happen with Mr. Powell and things of that nature. But one of the things that I would like to bring to your attention is the last 10 years, you have a chart of fiscal year amounts billed. Look at how much it's increased from 2025 to 2026. And we think, by some of our calculations, that we've added over 3,000 parcels just in the last year, which is amazing. We're looking forward to seeing what the reappraisal says and getting a more defined number. But even in that, when this report was ran on October the 28th, it only had us at 38 million. So that means in just 3 short days, we've done over 40, we did an additional $2 million with that. If anybody has any questions, but if not, I'd like to point out the hard work, effort, and energy my team's put into this month and how great things are going. I really appreciate them and everything they're doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I've been called worse up here.
I apologize. Mr. Big, so you said the favorable, the unfavorable, the commercial property owners in retail. I know you said like Uber Eats, but are you using a number to determine that, or like where?
We're looking at our bankruptcies. We're looking at some of our parcels that
Okay,
are
the
closed out.
bankruptcies.
We're looking at some of our, unfortunately, some of our commercial properties
Okay.
that are winding up in the tax sales.
Okay.
I'll just be open. The reason that we feel like some of our commercial properties are late to the ballgame of going delinquent is because we think some of them were using the PPP loans whenever COVID was around. But now that's caught up and that money's not there, and we're seeing more delinquencies in the commercial area. Just like with our personal property, the delinquencies are starting to climb up, so we're having to focus more on personal property now than we were 3 years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trustee Big, so I'm looking at these retail restaurants that are they're getting business from DoorDash, but at the same time, they're missing out on, I guess, typically your higher margin items would be your drinks and your desserts and things like that. Just like with the hotel motel tax, where like Airbnb, we're recovering those revenues. Is there something we're missing with the Uber Eats and the DoorDash and things like that? Much like we did with Airbnb with the hotel motel tax, where somebody just has an apartment and they rent it out.
Yep.
Is there something we're missing?
So I think if we really break it down and look, we're looking at specific areas. Let's say you and I went somewhere to have lunch or dinner. You got $2.25 for a Coke if you drink Coke. Then if we decided for an appetizer and dessert and things of that nature, I think what we're looking at is there's specific areas where new businesses are coming. Me personally, I'm excited about Whataburger coming to Emory Road. So, but I'm fat. Anyway, so, you look at specific things of that nature and you see where, I guess you could say the fire is, but some of our older mom and pop restaurants, they just don't have the business that they have anymore. Used to, you could, whenever I talked to a gentleman down in West Knoxville, I said, why, how's business going and things of that nature? And he said, used to, you had to wait to get to my door to have dinner at 7, and now we have multiple tables open, no wait at all. And so I don't know how we fix that problem. I don't know if it's a marketing issue on their part. I don't know if it's a cost of services and food going up. I might could get with Cisco or US Foods or something like that and ask if you wanted me to deep dive into it, but kind of try to get to the bottom line of it. But I don't know how we fix that issue.
I don't either, because I've noticed too, you go out to a restaurant, you don't have the waits that you used to anymore. But clearly we have more people here than we've ever had before. So what's the trend? And I have a hard time imagining that all of a sudden in the last few years, everybody just started cooking at home. So I don't know.
We have a term for people that are, you see new houses and houses are quite a bit more expensive. And we say land rich, money poor. You know, you've went and bought the $700,000 home when you really should have bought the $500,000 home. And going out to dinner at a nice restaurant, it's not as feasible as it used to be at some point in time.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yeah, just one other point on that, because I deal with, I have clients that are restaurateurs, and when you're talking about Uber Eats, the average net profit margin for a restaurant is between 5 and 10%. 10% if they're really doing well. Well, if your credit card, is charging 3 to 4% of that, and then on top of that, Uber Eats gets 5%, you could actually argue restaurants are losing money with every Uber Eats that comes. But my question is on the interest rate that we are getting from our banks.
Yes, sir.
The Fed funds futures has continued, or Fed funds target has continued to drop. And right now it's at 4%. And you mentioned that the rate we are receiving right now is 4.44. Is that right?
No, sir. We get Fed funds effective rate plus 15.
Plus 15. So
Yes,
we're
sir.
getting 4.15 right now. Or Fed funds effective is what we're,
When we reprinted this report, it was 440, now it's 415.
okay,
Yeah.
I got it, yeah.
I just have a quick question. Of the March, you said the next tax sale is in March?
Yes, sir.
When will that list be finalized, and when will that list be available to the public versus internal?
The list has been available to the public for a month. You come, you show your identification, and you can have the list at that time. Reason being is because last tax sale, when we put the list out online to the public, we had to work with another office because someone decided to go and start scamming the people that was on the tax sale list. So now we have to have proof of the person that comes and picks up the list in office. We're going to put that list online at the end of January, maybe middle of January. We're just following what the exhibit in the courts and everything like that says for the list.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. How are the efforts going to reach and engage our veterans and seniors regarding the tax freeze?
Good question. We're having a lot of sign-up events. We have had, it's going really good actually, but it's almost heartbreaking whenever you're doing some of these sign-up events. And then with the mobile office program, going to their home that, they're bedridden and we're waiting until their power of attorney can get there so they can look at specific things. But this sounds bad, but we've actually had a pretty good increase in widows, which means the veteran has passed away. But the efforts are going amazing. A lot of people are coming to our sign-up events. We have them all across the county. We had 2 last week, and then we're going to have another one in December, and then come back around and do them all again in January. If you guys have anywhere that you would like to put our pamphlets or our scheduling, it's on our website, but I can deliver pamphlets to Drew up in the commission office for you guys to put out anywhere you may think. We've went around to a bunch of local businesses, put up our schedule, put up our pamphlets. We are getting some help through different entities, Knox County government entities and things of that nature. They're going really good. Thanks for asking that. I should have mentioned that, but it's going good. It's going really good. We have a lot of people trying to understand what specific qualifications they have to meet to be disabled.
And what's the outlook at the state level for future funding for these programs?
It is not good. It is not good. So last year, I came to you guys and we talked about funding for our disabled vets and the tax relief program. Unfortunately, a lot of people have moved to the state of Tennessee. And whenever I was in classes and seminars, they were talking about it being a first come, first serve. And the exact scenario that I just gave of us having to go to residents where power of attorneys and things of that nature are there to be able to sign up, that means that if we didn't administer our program as quickly as possible, those funds would not be readily available. Luckily this year, we're not in that boat, but we're supposed to be next year. And one of the things that I fear, people are going to fall off. Whenever I very first came into office, we had hundreds of people that were falling off the program. Last year, we had 12. That's the lowest number we've ever seen. There was now, there was a ton of outreach, but that's people that in the year had passed away. We couldn't, we had to go and find their obituary and things of that nature, but only 12, which is a huge number. So my fear is we're not going to have these people coming, and we're not going to get the funds from the state of Tennessee. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Luckily, Senator Briggs and Representative Wright are fighting the fight with me. This year, a couple of my fellow trustees across the state of Tennessee have come to my aid. Nashville, Davidson County did the exact same thing we did, where we told everyone who their legislative body was and to reach out to their delegation on the state level, made sure that those funds will be there. Right now, it's about $42 million, and we were literally bringing in money from our reserves. Now we're at the portion where there is no money in our reserves. It's zero. We've depleted it. So next year, whenever we try to have the same $42 million, which it's been for years now, it's not going to be enough. So what we've done is we're having these sign-up events, and we're going out because you can sign people up until April the 5th. That's the deadline date. And a lot of other counties get very busy after tax time, which is February 28th. We did the exact opposite. We've gotten busy now. We've already seen people with their refund checks and things like that. We're trying to make it to where our senior citizens and our disabled veterans come in as soon as possible. So that way, we can prepare for the worst and we can get our people paid. I know that sounds bad for other counties, but that's the truth of it. Just trying to make sure that the Knox County residents get their money. Now, if there's an increase this year or something like that, we'll be good. We've talked with Mr. Bryson, and they keep reassuring us they think that they have a plan, but the direction that I'm seeing is it's not a good direction. So,
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. How soon after they apply are they notified if they qualify or not?
we've seen it happen in a week. Yeah, we
week.
enter it in. It's called TRAMS. It's a state website. The state checks our information, specifically, Commissioner Hill, when we're talking about disabled veterans, because some of our veterans, this sounds bad. Some of our veterans may be missing a limb, okay? And sometimes by the state standard, just one limb missing is not enough.
Yeah.
Which sounds absolutely crazy to me. Like at our East office, this gentleman came in, and you basically have to say, well, hey, you're only missing your leg. That's not enough, which I hate. I hate doing that, right? But they have to look through the disabled veterans, before they can confirm. Now, the state on tax relief, it's not as hard. So we can turn those in like a week or so. The DVs takes us about 2 weeks.
Okay. So if someone applied, like the 1st of October, and they have not heard, then they should.
They should contact
They
my
need to
office,
contact you.
and we'll call the state.
And is it the same process with the veterans, disabled veterans, as it is for the
No.
tax relief for our
It's a little-
low-income seniors?
It's a little easier. It is a little easier. We need a little less proof on the veterans side just to make sure that they have served and things of that nature. But it is a pretty lengthy process for tax relief. Side note, if you qualify for tax relief, you also qualify for tax freeze. So that's a good thing as well.
Okay. And is it a state requirement that people have to reapply every year?
You just have to, you don't reapply, you just come in and let us check your funds, because some people, what we'll see is an increase in Social Security. Unfortunately, sometimes that does kick them off, or you've sold a piece of property and you'll have, we'll look at your pensions, your annuities and things of that nature. Sometimes if you're really close to that threshold, it will kick you off. That's very rare, but we just spot check. And then after you're on, the following year, you get a voucher that comes with your tax statement, and that acts as that dollar amount that you get back. So you don't even have to wait on your funds to be recouped or anything of that nature, that voucher is exactly the amount that you were approved for.
So that, and then that becomes automatic, the voucher,
Yeah.
without them having to reapply every year?
You
or
just bring in your proof of income every year, we take a gander at it, and then we can move on. The state's gotten a little more relaxed. We don't have to fill out the paperwork and the applications that we used to. Now we just do digital copies, and that's stored on a flash drive that we do not have internet contact with, so no files can ever be corrupted, then that goes to the state.
Okay, and is this a process that, if they're able, can also be done online?
No, it can't be. You can send us brief things, but we don't put anything online in case things are corrupted.
I mean, but the application reapplying every year is not a process that could be done online?
No, just because a lot of our elderly seniors, they don't have a Social Security statement. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just have a copy of their bank records that shows that deposit.
Okay, okay. But if they did have that ability, could they do it online?
I don't know if the state would allow an online things of that.
That'd be curious, just if you could just find out.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Perhaps. Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Thank
I've
you.
been trying to find out if we can actually have people sign up to have their tax statements emailed to them instead of a paper copy. I'm going through that right now.
That'd be a good move, too. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hoster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Trustee Biggs, for being here. You guys do a good job with getting the information out about the senior tax-free. So if a commissioner were to have a community meeting, we could just let you guys know, and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
could show up. That would be a great
Absolutely.
place to do that.
Yeah.
Or possibly commissioners post that on their social media sites that we communicate with our constituents and
would
have you guys get to reach out to.
I'd be so grateful.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
thank
that's an easy fix.
Thank you.
The other question I had about the tax sale, you did that last tax sale where you emailed the commissioners the tax sales in their district. When that comes up again, could you do that for us so we'll know?
Break it down by district?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was helpful. And I know there was the new commissioners now, they didn't see that, so I think that would be helpful for them to see too.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I failed to mention that, and I'm sorry, on March the 18th, the tax sale is going to be held at the Grand Event Center. We've reached capacity in the large assembly room, and so it will be at the Grand Event Center. I should have said that. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next up, item number 8 on our agenda is summary report from Knox County Finances from our director, Mr. Caldwell.
Chris Caldwell, Knox County Finance. I was just going to defer my time to focus on the report. So unless you all have questions, I'm
Okay.
good.
You'll keep sending us, obviously, the monthly, you give the monthly reports and sales tax reports you sent us. Okay. We're going to move on to the next item, which is number 9 and 10. This is really combined together. You have a paper copy in front of you. I believe there is a digital version online as well. There is. And I'm going to put it up on the screen as well. I want to point out just very quickly, this is an update from, I think I've done this twice now, 2 years in a row, and this will be the third one. And this is obviously with a huge amount of help from Mr. Caldwell and his team and everybody in the finance department. And then we also have with us Mr. Chris Bessler. He's the Senior Vice President of Cumberland Securities, which is our partner in the bond market world and the debt. And he's put together a lot of information. All of that's been consolidated in this. There's no vote. There's no action taken. The goal of this is once a year to come to this commission, sort of explain where we are, what are points of concern in the future, what are some other things that we need to continue to discuss. And so we'll go through this. If there are sort of places you want to stop and jump in, let me know. Or if you want to wait, Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Bessler are here, and we can dig into it in more detail. So the goal of this is purely informational. So we'll start right off the bat. Just a quick primer of who we are and what we manage. 506,000 citizens across Knox County. We are the third largest county by population and a $1.189 billion annual budget. That's for fiscal year '26. We have approximately 12,000 employees that are run through that budget. That includes both the school system, PBA, Metro Drug Coalition, KGIS, Planning, and E911, which are all separate entities, but everybody goes through that budget. And we are the 16th largest land area in all of Tennessee at 526 miles, so we have a big county. Our budget is broken into a couple of key points. Certainly, 2/3 of our annual budget is focused on education, and then we have our general fund, which includes all of the areas listed inside of that. Our third largest line item in all of this is our debt service right now, standing at $86 million. And then you can see the other various departments that get broken down within the total $1.1 billion budget. I thought it was important to remind everybody where our sources of revenue come from when it comes to funding the government that supports Knox County citizens. And so this is a breakdown. You'll notice on the bottom here, these two numbers don't match exactly, only because there's a whole slew of other little tax or revenue pieces that come in that this list would be, 42 pages long. So if you're noticing that. But I think the key point on this slide of understanding where our revenue sources are really come down to three buckets. So we 90% of all of the revenue that supports Knox County government originates from three main sources. About 28% is our property tax, 25% is our sales tax, and that number that you were looking for earlier is our TISA state education funding at about 31%. So that number you were referring to earlier, Mr. Fox, is $337 million from the state. So those three line items alone make up a majority of how this government functions. And so it's just important to sort of understand the value and the importance of those three areas. When you look at our tax rate, we were just on taxes. It comes down to a snapshot looking at really everything in this presentation is going to look at 1999 to today. And the reason that's important, of course, is that's the last time the overall pricing model was changed in the county relative to the automatic elements that take place every year. So as you can see, our tax rate right now is 1.55 per 100 of assessed value. As you'll note on the top of that slide, residential is assessed at 25% of the value, commercial at 40%, and public utilities at 55%. And the reason it continues to go down is really tied directly to the Tennessee certified tax rate. The rate is lowered each time we do an appraisal cycle, and you'll be able to see here on the chart the appraisal cycles that were in 2002, 6, 10, 14, 18, 23, and will be coming up in 26, is to ensure the truth in taxation, and it makes the total, basically makes us be revenue neutral when the process finishes out. So as the value of that penny goes up, the rate must go down to equalize it. And the best way I can explain this is that, especially on the housing side, the state does not want you to go to your property assessor, for instance, and say, wouldn't you, everything's way more valuable, we should collect more tax revenue, and then you're going to create yourself a housing bubble that's, not market driven and essentially crumble. But people, I think when they think of our tax rate, certainly it is low, but it is much, much lower than where it has been over the last 27 years. So that is going to, what you'll note in this as well is that the reappraisal cycle was every 4 years until this last stretch, which was a 5-year reappraisal cycle. And then we've all voted to switch to a 2-year appraisal cycle, which is where everybody's going to on the state. So every 2 years, the property assessor will essentially inform people that your value of what we see that you could sell your property for in the marketplace is X, and then based upon that will be the calculated tax rate. So that's why the rate continues to fall over time. Couple of key metrics just to consider as we discuss this. Every penny related to tax revenue is relative to $1.96 million. So it's about every $2 million for every penny that is set on the tax rate. But that penny is different than it was back when 27 years ago, or 26 years ago. In 1999, that dollar for inflationary value has almost doubled in what that value is and how it affects our tax rate. And then I just put in here just a reminder of sort of our since 2019, 2018. So this obviously didn't go all the way back to 99, just relative to sort of what our listing prices are now and how it has, in the last few years, crossed over to exceed the national average. So we are growing faster, our values are growing faster. So you may have constituents that say, well, you charge me more taxes, but you're getting charged less for inflationary value considerably, but more in the overall valuation because that property is worth more. Always want to look at where we are as relative to the top 10 counties in the state. So if you look at the far right of this next graph, we are the third largest county by population, only exceeded by Shelby County and Memphis area and Nashville's Davidson County. But our property tax rate is 9th out of 10 counties. So relatively on the low side, or at the bottom of the low side comparatively. And certainly if you look at the populations, once you get past Rutherford County, it drops pretty significantly in the, basically everybody below Rutherford County are half our size and half our needs and all of the things that we require for running it. Our overall property tax rate comparative to the entire state is we are 76th lowest tax rate in Tennessee. You can see your neighboring counties there, but we are the third largest, just a quick reminder of that. There's a quick breakdown of just sort of those top 10 populated counties. We are the third largest county. We have the 9th lowest tax rate of those top 10. Our bond rating, which we'll get into a minute, is kind of right in the middle. We have some of our bigger counties that have a better bond rating and some of our smaller ones, of course, that have a little bit less, but everybody's in the same general ballpark. Our outstanding debt ranks up on the high side of about 2/3 of the way up on our top 10 counties, and $809 million does not include the capital improvement plan. That is just baseline debt and equals about $1,600 per person of debt per citizen in Knox County. So just a little bit of baseline data. All right, so let's talk about debt and what is the role of debt in Knox County government, how we use debt to help manage our community. So certainly we use that to fund large-scale, long projects. Most of the bonded debt that we have is related to objects that would have a value of 20 years or more. And so we sort of talk about capital projects. It allows our capital costs that are due today to be shared with future users. So instead of using cash where you take every bit of it and pay for it in front, we are able to spread it out over time. And then, of course, it helps us support consistent tax rates. And then it, complements a bit of a pay-as-you-go funding for our balanced approach. So general use of debt in that regard. Our community investments that are possible through debt, these are long-term investments, schools, certainly new facilities, upgrades, expansions, public safety, our jails, our infrastructure for emergency services, our baseline of infrastructure, which we all think about every day, roads, bridges, major equipment, and then, of course, courts, parks, general government buildings, pretty much everything that will have a shelf life of 20 years or more. Our debts, one slide behind, there we go. Our debt can be a very good strategic financial tool, balancing those short-term needs and the helps. It will certainly spread costs over time, protects our operating budgets, tax stability, and then improves the equity. Essentially all of the users that will use that facility, that road, that building for the next 20 years will contribute in the overall cost of it. We have 4 different types of debt available to us as a county. Most of this is outlined, if I'm correct, Chris, by state law of what we can and can't do as a county. And the first one of those is just general obligation bonds. Those are very basic, backed by the full credit and faith of Knox County. They're the lowest borrowing costs. They do require approval by this legislative body and oversight by the state, and they are used for projects that benefit the county as a whole. This is 100% of Knox County debt, okay? We do not actually do anything, we don't use any of these other tools, but I wanted to explain. So that is all of our debt currently. Revenue bonds are available to us. Those are secured, from specific sources. They don't rely on the general credit of the county. They're usually used by independent boards or authorities with infrastructure, and those are tied to different revenue streams. Could be utility, sports authority, those other things. Slightly higher borrowing, but we don't use those. They are available as we, grow as a county. Our capacity outlay and loans. I hate that the acronym is CONS because that sounds a little weird when you're talking about finance, but basically they mature in a shorter amount of time, 3 to 12 years, short projects, equipment, minor facility upgrades. They're faster, easier. These are the speedboats of bonds, if you will, and we use cash to kind of repay those pretty quickly. They do not go into our capital improvement plan. Those are, again, long terms. We don't have any of this, but I do want to show you that these are available. And then, of course, we have some other financing tool. We can do variable rate debt, bank loans, placement notes, conduit debt. There's all kinds of stuff at our disposal. We've chosen not to use those, but if we needed to, we could begin to explore that. All right, so now everybody clear with all that so far? All right, any questions? All right. So now we'll get to what is our debt. I want to start at the top right. There's a big red box on all of these slides that you're about to see that remind us this does not include our capital improvement plan. This is just, if we did nothing more than fulfill this budget, then we would not, this is what we would have. So as you can see, we have about, this is our debt service. This is how much we pay every year, a little over $80 million. It fluctuates a little bit, but over time, if we took out no more debt, we would continue to pay that down over the next, looks like 20, give or take 20 years or so. But this is the type of debt, this next slide is the type of debt that we have. So you can see there's a zillion different types, and this series are starting back in 2003, all the way up to 2024. I highlighted this red box on the right. You guys have heard us talk about interest-only balloon payment debt that we own. This, for example, was used to build the Hardin Valley school system, amongst with other things. It's all this kind of, you can see my cursor. Can you even see my cursor here? No. Okay. It's this blue stuff, right? Look at 2030 through 2034. It's that sort of middle blue layer. It's kind of like, this is kind of like looking at a geologic formation of debt. So it's sort of the blue layer there that starts in 26 and then goes all the way, and you can see it sort of hit the two. That's our big balloon payment work, debt that we have to do, the K1 debt. So that's the stuff that is kind of pushed. You'll see this in a couple of slides from now. But these are the types of debts, the types of bonds that we have. You can see they're all, basically general obligation or general bonds, but that's what we pay. Our debt service, if we continue to pay at about $80 million, $86 million a year in annual debt service, and did nothing else, again, does not include the capital improvement plan or any future building. If we just service the existing debt, about 75% of that will retire within about 10 years. But again, that's deceiving because that assumes we do nothing. We never build another thing again, which we know is not the reality. But it shows you that if we pay that consistent, how much in interest are we paying versus how much are we paying in the principal? We're eating away at that, but it changes pretty quickly here, which is what you'll see. Our outstanding debt is broken into basically two halves, which would not be surprising to you. Most of it's general fund, and half of it's general fund, half of it's sort of related to our school system, and then most of it is fixed rate general bonded debt. But there is 22% of it that is variable based, and that is we can get into the details if you want about why we have that and course, that fluctuates with the market. So we like the fixed rate, long-term, static future, but in the past, there have been other commissions that have used that variable rate system. This is the savings opportunities that we may have. So this is a debt callable that are potentially refinanceable debt each year. You've heard, if you were on commission maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I think we issued, we refinanced some debt and we saved a tremendous amount of money based upon where the market was. However, the market is not in that spot that it once was, and so a lot of our debt is the rate is already better than the market. So I don't anticipate, at least when we went through it, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but we did not anticipate looking at refinancing anything in the near future because we just don't think our rates at 2% and 3% are going to even be close to where the market is. If the rates of the market drop to 1% and 2%, we might talk, but I can't imagine that's going to happen right now. We have a great credit rating, which we talk about often. We work very hard on that. The finance team does a lot of work to make sure our credit rating is very good. Of course, the benefits of having that higher credit rating, lower borrowing costs, market access, and competitors will want to buy our bonds. Certainly the public trust, knowing that we're good fiduciary and fiscal stewards of their money, and it really supports our long-term planning. We also talk a lot about that if our debt rating were to drop, how expensive that would be for us. So when we talk about cash and debt and long-term fiscal stability, we will do everything possible to not drop because it could really start compounding pretty quickly. So super important that we keep that high credit rating. Of course, our peer counties in the top 10 are all in the general range, but we're on the high side of that. You can see we're kind of halfway in the middle. Chris will always say, we're in a really good spot. One of the downfalls of having the top, AAA rated is that there's only one place to go, which is down. And even though those two are pretty close, like being near the top is just as good as being at the top. Of course, it all comes down to how much are you going to get charged. So those are put together by S&P and Moody's. When they review us annually, is that correct? They constantly cite the following things: that we have a strong and growing local economy with a steady population growth and lots of assets and a diverse employment base. We often talk about Knoxville and Knox County never gets kind of too high and never gets too low, and we have a pretty stable economy. We have very strong financial management that is very conservative, and we've had, they call it surpluses, we call it fund designations or at the end of the year, but we over budget and underspend constantly, and so that builds up our reserves. Our reserves are about 41% of our operating expenditures, and we sort of have a robust liquidity and reserve bucket. And then we don't use variable rate debt very often. So we're long, we're stable, we're a very, very good and boring county in the way we operate. But those ratings come out every year. If you want to read through several hundred pages of them, we will be happy to give those to you. All right, so our capital debt and planning and our capacity. So every year as part of our budget cycle, we have a capital improvement plan. This is a formal internal contract with ourselves for what we're going to do. This is our major projects, major infrastructure, facility needs over time. And then when the debt analysis and the ratings and everything come together, they are certainly put into consideration what our capital needs and capital improvement plans. So it's annual. We can change it at any time. This has a little bit to do with, what is the vision of our executive branch and what is the vision of our legislative branch. But we do that every year during the budget season. And we use this to make sure that we project ahead, but we also know that it could change at any moment given a natural disaster or other circumstances beyond our control. So the next slide is this is in your budget document that you have, but this is our capital improvement plan for fiscal year 25 through 30. I will show you, obviously, a bit of part of that is education. Engineering Public Works comes in, and then there's other projects. But this is what we've planned, but there are a lot of deficiencies, and I would say that it has very little kind of forward planning after the first year or two. For instance, I'll just one example, Parks and Recreation is got something, some 600,000 in it for 26 and 440 for 27 and literally nothing after. So this is a snapshot in time, but our capital plans are to spend $339 million over the next 5 fiscal cycles. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. Yes, correct. Not everything you've seen so far does not include this. I'm about to put it in there. But this is what we've agreed to, and obviously things like engineering and public works, they've looked at capital expenditures, schools, you can see it jumps significantly. We've got some new elementary schools coming online. So we are planning this. We are putting things into motion. Could it be changed at any time? But also you have to remember, for instance, a school expenditure, you might have 1 year where you're doing land acquisition and planning in one fiscal cycle. The next fiscal cycle is actually construction phase 1, and then the last one. So you might have one school that costs $50–60 million that's spread over 3 budget cycles. So we have committed to this. You can't really sort of half build a school. So while it can be changed, this is pretty set in stone with a lot of the capital projects. This next slide shows you what our debt looks like when you include that. So again, these are commitments that we have made and projects that we have begun. And you'll see that our annual debt service over here on the left side is right around $80 million. And it's going to rise to close to $110 million over the next 1 to 6 budget cycles. This is the existing debt service that we have layered on with the capital improvement. So when I think of debt as a total, this is really the graph that I think about is what have we obligated ourselves to and the citizens of Knox County. One part of this I really want to point out is a critical junction in 2030. This is very, very, very quickly approaching. In 2030, I'm going to show you why that becomes a year where we should be very concerned if we do nothing with our current pricing model and our current expenditures with Knox County. So I'm going to break it down this way. When we bring in tax dollars, it's pretty simple. That every year in our budget, we allocate what the money will go to for every dollar that is brought into as revenue. We break that into 3 big buckets. First is education. So it's a little over 48 cents goes directly to the education allocation. 67 cents goes to our general fund, which includes all the various other departments. And 39 cents, almost 40 cents goes to debt service. That's how we break out each one of those dollars. And all of those dollars, especially the debt service one, this is why this is really critical. What you'll see is the debt service, the fund balance or the debt reserve balance that we have. And as it goes along, you can see this is how much it costs. And you can see it rising close to $100 million. How what our projected revenue is that 39 cents going into that column. What the variance is of how much we're bringing in versus how much we're spending. And obviously, we're having to spend more on debt than we are bringing in. So we're underwater in that regard of it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but we have a fund balance. Now, normally that fund balance is used as we fluctuate, but under the current pricing structure and the current budget scenario, you can see in 2030, we are not able to pay our bonded debt under the current structure. Now, we can change any of this going forward, but on the trajectory that Knox County is currently set up in, 2030 becomes a very, very critical year. And if you remember from the previous chart, 2030 is $104 million projected, and then 2031 goes to 109 million, and then 107 million, 104 million, 103 million, and on we go. So it gets very tight beginning in 2030. So I wanted to sort of take this and put it into one example. Now, there's something like 20, oh, by the way, fun fact, the state will require you, whether you like it or not, to pass a budget to pay for your debt. So if we don't do anything and we can't pay for our debt, the state will come in and the comptroller will come in and set our tax rate for us, and they will require us to do things. So we don't really have a choice. This, again, is part of what it requires to run a state and to run a county. There are over 20 different departments in Knox County, and so I just wanted to take one that is something we can all understand and we relate to every single day, and that is paving and our engineering part. So this is just one example, and I bet you could go through all of those 20-plus different departments and start figuring out, what our investment is versus what is the long-term return. Engineering and public works has a budget and asphalt. So this is a breakdown of, you can see in the pink line, the indexed asphalt price back in 1999 when we last changed our pricing model. It was about let's see, it was, yeah, $100. No, that's that's not the price. This is just the budget of the highway budget. You can see versus how many miles we've paved, and then what's the asphalt price. If you look at the next slide, actually, I break down in a couple of slides here the actual asphalt price. But it's an easy way to think about this. Knox County maintains about 1,800 centerline miles of road. So every year, regardless of what we do, we lose 1,800 miles of life every single year. To recoup that, we have to keep that basic maintenance. This is sort of basic preventative maintenance, and we can do that by repaving, applying preservation treatments, or other methods. And this this fiscal year, we will repave 45 miles and apply some rejuvenator to 12 miles. So if you do the math very quickly, we have only done 894 miles of preventative maintenance. So every year, right now, this year, it will degrade 906 miles if we do nothing. And the last big slide on this one is just understanding when the price of asphalt continues to go up and the deferred maintenance continues to go down and the actual piles paved, it's a pretty significant thing. So yes, you're reading that correctly. We are 3,441 miles behind as of right now in deferred road paving. And Mr. Snowden will tell you, as we've had several conversations the last few weeks, the index pricing of asphalt has continued to rise tremendously. And if you repave a road and you keep up with basic maintenance, you pay about one-time price. But if you wait until it is so degraded that you have to then literally reconstruct the whole road, you're going to pay somewhere between 6 and 10 times price. So the less we do on deferred maintenance, the more expensive it gets. So this is sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy of less miles paved, less money invested, the more expensive it's going to get, and we're virtually never going to catch up. This is real data that is really alarming. This is why we say if you have grandchildren, show them a Knox County road and tell them they will likely never see it repaved in their lifetime. It's not sustainable, it's not financially prudent, but it's literally just one example. I imagine you can go through any number of our departments and go through the same exercise. So all that to say, we have a lot of hard choices ahead of us as a commission and as a community. We have a reappraisal coming up where our tax rate will change again and likely drop again. And we have costs that are going out of control. So, there are no answers to this other than there is a whole lot of education. And we have our finance team and our debt team here to answer anything that you might have. So with that, Commissioner Rawls, we'll turn the floor to you.
Thank you. Just a question on the cap. When we go to the reappraisal rate for 2 years, what's the capture rate? Like, what will we be bringing in with that appraisal change?
Chris, you might better answer this, but I'm not sure we know yet because I'm not sure when that snapshot in time begins.
Yeah, I've seen things, and I think it was 60 million. No. About 30 million or so.
If
If you would
So-
just identify, oh, you already did, never mind.
So when, the advantage of a two-year reappraisal is that there's not as large of jumps that the public has to impact. For us, it still has no benefit to us except that we don't have to deal with the ratio anymore. So the ratio, we know in 25 and 26, FY 25 and 26, cost us about 9.7 million bucks per year, right? So that has an impact. And so the advantage of going to a two-year cycle basically means less swings as far as the public is concerned. And for us, it's not having to deal with the property tax ratio. So we actually are keeping ourselves whole in that regard and not losing money due to the ratio. From a standpoint of budget, it basically, we're still just whole, right? So what the state will continue to do is to say, in 2 years, your appraised values went up 10%, thus your rate's got to drop 10%. So that part never changes. It's just, it won't be as big a swings. Like, we think about the one coming up for next year. I know that you all had a meeting with the assessor in your educational series. I think they anticipate values could go up by as much as 50%. So values go up 50%, rate drops 50%, right? And so, because from what that means from the county's perspective is what amount of money we get in from property tax during reappraisal, we never make or lose money on reappraisal. We're made whole. The public finds that hard to believe because they see swings in their tax bills. They allow us to break out new construction, but other than new construction, it's the same amount. It's just broken down differently. So as an example, today, our estimated penny on the tax rate's about $1,960,000. Next year, if the assessor's right and values go up 50% and that rate drops 50%, our penny will be worth nearly $4 million. So we make the same amount of money from property tax. It's just a different value to it. But the advantage of the two-year cycle is not losing money on the ratio.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, Mr. Caldwell, I'm just trying to understand some of the charts in here. And about 8 pages from the end, it says Knox County, Tennessee Capital Improvement Plan, fiscal year 25 to 30. I'm on a PDF, and on there it's page 28 of
This one?
28 of 35. That is correct. Yes, sir. Thank you. So the way I look at it here is that we have, in 2026, we have $56 million of capital improvement plans. I'll give you a moment, Mr. Caldwell.
You're fine. Go ahead. You're good.
So we have $56 million. And if I go to the following chart where we have the stacked bar chart, it's called the stacked bar chart. So there in 2026 or 2027, you can see the capital improvement plan fiscal year for 26 of $51 million is then added in green, and then it just stays there. Are we funding that entire thing with debt?
Yes, so
So the capital improvement plan is funded 100% by debt?
yes.
Okay.
And it's, let me say this. There's two parts to that. Yes, so anything that is bonded is typically 20-year fixed rate bond. Sometimes we'll do variable rate, but more times than not is fixed rate. Now, in the capital plan itself, that's the amount that's bonded. There are times when schools and/or the county, though, will say, we're going to pay for certain amounts with cash up front. But in the one that you're looking at here currently, that's what's going to be bonded. And let me say this as well. So you all approved the 26 capital plan when we approved the budget. I think that was May. Although we're showing 27 through 30 on here because that is a 5-year plan, we will approve those 1 year at a time. So there could be some variations there, but we typically try to keep them as constant as possible as to compared to what the 5-year plan looks like.
I guess what I'm getting at is I'm a little confused on why 2030 is a breaking point for us, because if I look at the red line in the chart showing the outstanding debt, it's still showing a declining outstanding debt, and if we are funding all of our capital improvements with debt, you know, we don't have, you know, our debt service is continuing to go down. Is that correct?
Here's the reason. And here's the reason that FY 30 is highlighted. We know we're going to issue debt in years 31 going forward forever and ever, right? And so ultimately, where you see the decrease, there won't be a decrease unless we stop issuing bonds. So what we're doing here is just showing what it would be like with our current 5-year plan. We know that in year 2031, there'll be more debt, and in year 2032, more debt, which will continue to add to those bars as you go out. But legally, we just show a 5-year plan. Thus, when you see the 2030 highlighted, that's as far out as we know as it's going to be. Then eventually 2031 will continue to go up because we'll issue debt for 2031 and so on and so forth.
It's the same as, if you look at the screen above me, this does not include the capital improvement plan. So all that red line is showing you everything not including the capital plan. And if you add the capital plan on top, it's the same chart. We're just showing what is coming and we know we're obligated to do.
I would also say, Commissioner Jackson, also, you looked at the very end and you see our debt service reserves in 2030 are basically depleted by then. So we go from 30 million in 24 down to 238,000 by the year 2030. So that's why those two things are highlighted. One is because we only do a 5-year look each time. Two is because that's when those reserves go down.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Chair Jay. This is a little bit, I don't know, off the wall with what we're talking about right now, but I noticed in the trustees report, it said the current bank account balance is $334 million or something like that. How does what's in the trustees bank account translate into Knox County's finances overall?
So ultimately, think about it as the trustee's office is the banker for the county. So they hold all of our money and invest it and so on and so forth. And so when you see a number like 334, it's a period in time. We measure that period in time usually at June the 30th because that's our year end. At that point, what we have in what we call fund balance in each of our funds would agree with what the trustee has in the bank. And so ultimately, it's not that it's $334 million separately that we can just grab into and touch. It's part of what we do. They just view it more from a cash basis, from a banking side of things, and we measure it mainly at year end at one point in time.
So what you're saying is that money's already spoken for. It's not like we have $334 million extra laying around.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the revenue sources, how do we project our top 3 revenue sources to perform this year through 2027?
I think a couple things. Property tax, so you all remember in 2025, we missed our revenue budget on property taxes because of the property tax ratio. And so we didn't hit property tax in 25. Actually, we were less in 25 than we were in 24 by a few $100,000. I think the assessor has added some properties to our tax rolls, and so we feel that we potentially can hit our budget in 26 on property tax, which would be good because it would be an increase over 25, and we basically kept the property tax budget from 25 to 26 flat. And so I think we will see growth in the budget in property tax we will see growth in actual sources of revenue in property tax that will get us to our budgeted number. I think going to 27, we probably see some additional growth because we get to pull out new construction. It's a reappraisal year, so you pull out new construction, so you capture that. Sales tax. Sales tax this last month, you all got my report unless you just send it to spam. It was coming down, right? I think sales tax was maybe only up like 1.7%. It had been up more like 4 and 5%. So it's a great question on is that a trend or is it an anomaly? I think we'll see. I mean, usually it takes us a couple of months to figure out. I think there's a couple of things that you look at that you know you take into account. I saw something online the other day that said there was 2 million less travelers to Las Vegas this year than last year. That's a lot, right? It's a big number. Why is that? I think it's a great question. Why? I think it's, a lot of people don't have disposable income, and I think a lot of people have probably maxed out credit cards. We'll see. So what does sales tax continue to do these next couple of months is big for us, and we'll see. But ultimately, we've not saw a downturn, we've just saw a flattening. So I think from a sales tax standpoint, flat would be okay. You know, you talk to certain economists and they think that in the next 12 to 18 months, there could be some sort of economic downturn. We'll see if that's true and if that's the case. I mean, we've heard that now for a few months, so we'll see if that's the case. TISA is our other big revenue source, and Ron and them will analyze those numbers. They typically slightly go up year over year, and I would assume that would continue to be the same. And so you'll see slight increases there. So I think we see, you know, kind of slow and steady increases probably, and if you look at those three as a whole.
And then looking over at the outstanding debt, savings opportunities, do we have any bonds that are advantageous for us to refund this year?
And no, you know, I keep on telling Chris that he needs to bring some, but he won't. Ultimately, they do a really good job in how they structure our bonds. So we always have a chance for callable debt every 5 or 6 years, right? And so that's important. And the good news is that the bonds that are callable this year, we got such a great rate on the last 5 or 6 years, it is not advantageous for us to refund those. We will continue to look at those. I think, you know, interest rates probably come down by the end of next year, maybe another point or so. So does something fall in line? We'll see. But as of now, nothing that is refundable that is worth for us to refund.
Yep. I want to say thank you to Commissioner Jay for putting this together and also the Finance Department. When you do this is always so extremely helpful and paints such a clear picture of the current state. I know we've got some things that this administration and this commission has put into motion that we need to see how they'll play out over the next couple of years. And I love the fact that you did something that was very relatable, which are our roads. You know, people look at our budget and they say, oh, you've got a $1.1 billion operating budget. You've got plenty of money. And then you, right off the top, you back out your two core public services, which are your schools, and that's looking at, you know, 743 million. Law enforcement, not public safety, law enforcement, that's another 115 million. And then our debt payment of 86 million. We're trying to operate a county with about 180 to 190 million dollars to serve 500,000 people. And then going back to roads to add to this, you know, I've sat down with engineering and public works, and what is always absent of the conversation is typically what our needs are, identified needs across the county. And going into roads, looking at just paving, which is we have a backlog of about $180 million, and then identified road improvement projects. These are projects that have been identified in any of our studies, our zoning cases, improvements to roads that we are responsible for maintaining. It's in the upwards of $400 to $500 million. It's just, it's really alarming. So I want to thank everyone for putting all of this together. I think it's super helpful. Thank you.
Let me say something as well, and this is important. I think a lot of times people don't view the full picture, and it's fine, and they don't understand everything, but like, you know, oftentimes I will hear, Chris, you've got $84 million in fund balance in the rainy day fund. Why don't we spend that, right? And I always say, well, first of all, we got a fund balance policy that dictates what we should spend fund balance on, one. Two, what gets lost is, and Chris could speak to this, is the rating agencies often look at our healthy reserves, and that balances out what they view as above average debt burden. So if we were to use a lot of that rainy day fund, I hate that word, but if you were to use a lot and then you get downgraded from AA plus to the next one, and it costs you 15 to 20 basis points, how much more are you paying in debt service expenses because you spent some of your rainy day fund? I'm not saying that you should never spend any, but I think a lot of people look at a rainy day fund, I think it's just, why don't you just spend that? Why don't it's there? Well, what are we using it for? And it's often used for things like that. It's also used for, Commissioner Fox brought up trustee talking about having $334 million in the bank. That benefits us by having healthy reserves, because then we get to invest those reserves and we earn interest, which we budget for every year, which helps us to do more things. And so oftentimes, if you hear me getting defensive over using reserves, it's more than one reason. And listen, in working with Chris for a number of years, like, there's no magic formula about, you know, what would it take to get to AAA, or what does Moody's or S&P like? What should our reserves be at? There's a number of things that go into that. We have a really good relationship, I hope you would say this, with Moody's and S&P, to where we have often great conversations and they look at a number of things. And so, you know, I think anytime that you hear from somebody, whether it's reserves or whatever, I think looking at the big picture is important. Sometimes that gets passed up on.
Commissioner Fox?
Well, that's exactly, thank you, Chairman Jay. That's exactly what I was getting ready to ask. Maybe it's not something you can answer at this time, but I was just going to ask, why does Hamilton County have a AAA and Knox County has an AA+? What are some of the, just out of an academic understanding of what's going on here?
I would tell you a few things, and if I'm wrong, he'll stop me. I would tell you they have less debt than we have. They have a higher tax rate than we have, so they view that as more ability to pay.
Yeah, their tax rate is 2.237, ours is 1.554.
So that's
Our
one.
debt is 809 million, theirs is 270 million.
That's the two big things, Chris. Is there anything? You come- you get-
If you would just identify yourself as.
Chris Bessler, Cumberland Securities. So if you look at the charts up there, you can see Hamilton County on the estimated debt per citizen is $700 per citizen there. So when you have the population, you have the growth that they've had, the income levels, you know, where they are to national average, commensurate with where Knox County is as well. But they've got a more elasticity with their tax rate being higher, so the access to funding is there, and then just lower overall debt.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jackson.
When we talk about kind of getting back to the bar chart again, the stacked bar, but when we look at what a reasonable debt plan is for, you know, if I look at it, you know, by 2050, we're going to be almost debt-free, you know, assuming we didn't have any additional large debt service. But our outstanding debt is still about $800 million. So if I just put you know, hey, we refinanced all of our debt today on a 20-year, at today's 20-year muni bond debt yield at about 4% for a AA rated issuer, we're looking at $58 million a year. So, you know, is there a possibility of refinancing this debt to a longer term out to 15, 20 years? What is reasonable? What is expected? What is the market like? Because, you know, it looks there like 58 million is a heck of a lot less than 105 million.
So technically, you could do that. Not all of the county's debt is callable. So when you go into the fixed rate tax exempt bond market and say you issued bonds over a 20-year amortization period, it is expected by the buyers of that debt that there's going to be a certain period of time where they're going to be guaranteed that cash flow. Typically, it's 10 years before you can call it. So you issue bonds for 20 years, and then at the 10-year point, that's when you have the opportunity to refinance those bonds. We've been using slightly shorter calls, 8 or 9 years, on much of the county's debt here over the last 10 years or so. If you were to extend that debt that you have to, there's certain processes that you have to go through. One, as Chris mentioned earlier, the debt that you have that's available to refund right now is at, for most parts, lower interest rate than what's available in the market. So you're going to be refunding from lower interest rate to higher interest rate, and then you're going to extend that debt. You have to abide by state law, which means that you can't go past 30 years on your debt service from the original date of the issue. So if we're going to look at refunding something that was issued, say in 2005, we couldn't extend that out 20 more years
So
from
let
now.
me interrupt you for just a moment, I'm sorry. So is it possible, because I mean, I understand that there's calls and call dates and, but, you know, if you look at this, we have a very, you know, after 2032, you know, it starts to really drop off quite a bit, you know, as far as how much debt service we're really hitting that for. Is, you know, is there a plan, or could it be a strategy, you know, to issue debt to smooth out, can you issue debt to cover debt service to smooth out this cash outflow during 2029 through 2033?
You could do that. The cost would be exorbitant in doing that, and it would basically shifting that onto the, you know, into future years, what would otherwise be payable now. So if you have debt that's not callable, you could issue debt to pay for that, but to do that, if the bonds aren't callable yet, you have to issue taxable bonds. You don't even get to access the tax exempt market. It's got to be taxable bonds. So now you're talking an even higher rate that you would have to go out and do that. And then what you're essentially trying to do is scoop up today's debt and toss that out into future years, so that way your debt's overall flat. That's when you go back to that one chart with the 6K1 on it there. That's what was done back in the early 2000s to try to produce that overall level debt service. So you had debt that was, looked like this here, but instead of trying to raise revenue sufficient to cover what the debt service would be and to keep funding new infrastructure projects, that debt was then wrapped onto the back, and it was just interest only for years.
So what you're saying is that, assuming this chart, that total debt outstanding, that red line that's declining, there's no way to shift that up this way that would lower our debt outflow in this next few years.
It would cost us, I think, that's what got us into trouble. That's why we're paying so much now, is because somebody did that 20 years ago, and if we did that, it would cost such an exorbitant amount of money that it would negate the.
Well, the exorbitant amount of money is additional interest expense.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna pay debt on debt.
I also think too, and we've talked about this a lot, if you look even at that chart there, you will see a big decrease from 2034 to 2035. So in 2035, we get about $12 million of relief. And that's because we have about 2 or 3 debt issues that he's talking about, that the wraparound debt that will be done. And so that's when we see relief. And I think it's important to focus on that, because you get there and you can actually kind of breathe. What we're doing now is trying to manage our way through that wraparound debt that was done, and we've talked about that in the past.
Yeah, if you push that debt out to where it's just level for the next 20 years, you essentially tie the hands of all future.
And I'm debt averse, sure, but, there's only one answer here on how to pay that, and that's to raise taxes. So, you can raise taxes to cover that. So, I'm just kind of coming up with a solution, trying to come up with an idea on how not to, so.
Commissioner Russell?
Commissioner Frazier was in front of me.
But you haven't spoken yet.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jay. Kind of piggybacking on to his idea, what if we just looked at the balloon payments that are due and somehow doing some kind of even a shorter term 10-year debt to smooth those out just a little bit?
We've not paid enough in principal. It would cost you more. And they're 27, 28-year bonds. The state doesn't allow you to go out past 30 years. So it doesn't help you to try to do that, because the state's not going to allow you to go past 30 years anyway. And we will go until year 2034 on the one that was highlighted, which is a 28-year bond. And we start paying principal next year?
FY
27. So we not paid any in principal on that bond, and we're going to pay it for 8 years. So you really couldn't structure it any better to help yourself. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're focusing today a lot on debt and revenue, but I guess my question is, with the current outlook, how does that impact our ability to adequately compensate our employees and also recruit talent?
I think, all that is fair. I think a lot of it will come down to economic outlook, right? So how's the economy doing? Are we growing as a community? Do we continue to see growth in our tax base? If you look at growth in property tax, and like our property tax growth the last 5 years has been about $22 million. Our growth in sales tax the last 5 years has been about 40 million. So think about that. That's just growth, right? So there's been no increases anywhere. It's just natural growth. And so if there's an economic downturn, it's going to absolutely hurt. And servicing debt is very important. So there's two things as a county that we've got to do every budget cycle before we do anything else. Fund pension plans and pay debt. And so we do those two things first, and then everything else goes where it goes. It's just, how big is the pie, right? And then how do you slice it up, and how does that growth work, and who gets that growth? And everybody, it's human nature. Everybody always wants more, right? I mean, nobody's coming to me and saying, "Oh, Chris, you can keep mine this year. I don't need it." And it's just where we are. It's fine. And I just think, in order to focus on talent and bring it and talk about the things you talked about, in the situation that we're in now, it just comes down to growth in reality.
What is a 1% increase for our employees, that equates to?
1.3 million, basically, and that don't count schools. Schools is different. I think there are 1%'s about 4. Is that right? Is it more than that now? Is what? 5 or 6 million for a percent increase for schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. The capital improvement plan that we have projected out through 2030, I hope that commissioners will take a hard look at that. The reality seems to be, and I appreciate the creative thinking, Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Russell, of trying to think of a way to soften this. And I appreciate your dad adverse, because I think typically we all tend to be. And even this creative thinking is just pushing the inevitable, just trying to smooth it out, but still it doesn't make the debt go away. And if we even take a look at this capital improvement plan, quite truthfully, it's not realistic either. I mean, the idea that we're going to not build any new parks after 2028, that we're not going to offer any of that service. The idea, looking at our engineering and public works, I mean, it might look like we're spending a lot, but just in 26 and 27, I see where even if every bit of that was devoted just to my District 6, it is not even going to create a dent, not even a dent.
And if you look at the first line item, there's $8 million in this year's countywide projects for literally everything else, and it drops to 200,000, 300,000. I mean, it's not even close to the needs.
It isn't real at all.
No, this is so low. It's to Commissioner Frazier's point, like if you added up just the basics, not even like the ideas of new things. So if you asked, this would be maybe 20%.
And then on top of that, as Commissioner Frazier pointed out, by the time we take the schools out of this, which is two-thirds of our budget, over two-thirds of our budget, and we take, I hope no one would argue with our sheriff's department that trying to reduce them, and if you're going to argue with it, it couldn't be more than 1% or 2%, and I think even that's not even feasible. What we are left with is, as was pointed out, $200 million roughly to literally run this county on, and we can talk about cutting departments and going across the board and doing 5% or 10%. Even that, which will do nothing to say what it will do for our quality of services that we'll be able to continue, not to mention offering nothing new, not to mention not being able to give our employees raises. I mean, I can see the morale just plummeting. The idea that we can come in and cut our way out of this is not even a little bit feasible. And we have got to look at this and really recognize that it isn't a spending problem. It's not a spending problem. It's a revenue generating problem. And folks, it just isn't there. This commission is going to have to make some really tough decisions this next year or two. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter who our next administration is. They're not going to be able to come in and change these numbers, even if they cut 10% across the board. It still isn't going to work. So I just hope that we all are focused on this, how serious this is, and how we are going to have to get very, very intentional about what we do from this point forward. And as you know, Mr. Caldwell, we rely on you heavily in many of the suggestions and recommendations that you bring. I'm asking, are we missing anything here? Is this, you know?
I've worn him out for the last 3 weeks to get ready for this presentation, I promise. There is not a stone in his office I haven't looked under.
I would say this, and going back to Commissioner Jackson Russell, we could go from a 20-year bond to a 25 or 30-year bond. As Chris would tell you, that is viewed negatively by the credit ratings. It may not lead to a downgrade, but they don't like when you do 25 or 30-year bonds because you're just paying, you're drawing out a bond issue that could be more than the useful life of the project, and also just paying more in interest cost. I think, listen, we always love hearing ideas. We try to keep you all informed as possible, right? So I hope you probably get sick of getting emails from me because we try to just inundate you with information because we think that's important that you know where things stand. I don't think there's any. I don't have any magic bullet, so to speak, to say do this and this will fix it, right? I mean, I think it's what you do is see how things are going, do what you have to do, right? And so we know there's a handful of things that we must do. I will say this too, there are also some state mandates that hamper us in some regards, right? You had mentioned getting teacher pay to $50K by 2027. It's a great thing, but I promise you that it's hard on schools to make that happen. You think about maintenance of effort as it relates, so not just maintenance of effort with schools, there's maintenance of effort with engineering and public works, with the sheriff's office, with public libraries, with election commission. I mean, there's maintenance of efforts across the board that we have to make sure that we're adhering to. And so I think a couple of you all said it. When you look at what you can really control, there's not a lot. I mean, it's really not. And, you dictate that, schools get a certain amount of money, but you can't dictate how they spend that. And the state says, well, because of maintenance of effort, their local recurring revenue can't be decreased. Okay, we know that. But then, what's convoluted, as I was talking to somebody today, is, and also, though, city and the county give 72.2% of sales tax to the schools because of a referendum back in the 60s, and so we have to account for that as well. And it's hard to keep up with, right? And so it's difficult. And then, the state sets salaries for elected officials, and you have to account for things like that. And, then also you think about insurance for employees. We spend $36 million a year to insure employees and spouses and dependents and things like that. And so it gets expensive. And I think at a certain point, you just sit down and look at, what are your priorities? And when you have those priorities, then you look at how you fund those priorities.
Commissioner Fox?
Oh, thank you, Chairman Jay. I remember, I just wanted to remind everybody too that the commission immediately before the one that I was seated in had basically promised South Knox County to build a new baseball field to the tune of about $15 million when they rezoned that Dry Hollow development. So that's not even listed here. And so just thank you.
There's a lot not listed here. All right, I'm going to wrap this up unless anybody has any super pressing questions because we're up against agenda review. I hope you all will take this and digest it along with all of other financial data. We hold these quarterly meetings, as always, with the Finance Committee meeting. If there is something that you would like to address or to have more information on in a future Finance Committee meeting, all you have to do is let me know. We will go out and do the work and the research. We will bring you information on whether it's cash flow or debt like this or anything else that has to do with Knox County's finances. Our team is more than willing to dig deep and to find that information and bring it back to us. So if you have any other items in the future, let me know. Our next meeting will be, I think, closer to January or February. I can't remember when we have it, but coming up, first quarter of next year. Any other business for the committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
That is so much better.
Okay. It's the all lights except spotlights.
Good afternoon. I'm going to call the agenda review meeting for Knox County Commission in. Yep, that's it. This is what it's going to be today. Just a reminder, this is a agenda review. We take no votes here. We just, so there's none of that. So if you will call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Rawls,
Present.
Commissioner Garrett,
Here.
Commissioner Oster.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Fox, Commissioner Jay.
Yep.
Commissioner Frazier.
Present.
10 members present.
Thank you. I would like to bring to your attention, Drew gave us a resolution, R-2511-303. The caption has just been updated. The resolution hadn't changed, just the caption. And then Resolution R-2511-101. Commissioner Lee wants to defer that item to December agenda. And I will open up the floor for any discussion. There, okay. I have Commissioner Fox on first. Okay, Commissioner Fox?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I proposed two ordinances that, one is item 43 and one is item 44. Just wanted to discuss those. I intend on pushing those off until December, but I wanted to give everybody an idea of what these are about. Item 43 is about AI data centers. I don't know if anyone has been following the this issue arising across the country, but these data centers consume astonishing amounts of power, and it's on the order of 10,000, the equivalent of 10,000 households for every 100 megawatts of data capacity. So you might hear, oh, we're building an AI center that has the capacity of 1.2 gigabytes of computing capacity or something like that. That's equivalent to 100,000 households worth of power. There's about 10,000 watts per, or 10 kilowatts per household per year. And these things, a small-sized data center of 100 megawatts is like 10,000 households. And in South Knox County right now, there is one located in the Asbury industrial section. It's 88 megawatts, so that's equivalent to about 8,800 households worth of power. And what I heard from somebody in my community was that they had to build 2 substations in order to accommodate the power demands for that one particular warehouse housing this data center. And there's a few, I think that may be the biggest one in Knox County. There's 10 of them. There's a website. It's, let's see here. Well, of course, I can't find it. Oh, there's a website. It's called Data Center Map. So it's www.datacentermap.com. You can look up data centers in any county. I think there are 10 in Knox County.
Can you repeat that?
It's datacentermap.com. And they consume astonishing amounts of water, like 1 million gallons a day to cool. And they also, like if you talk to people that go to that area of the county, the noise they create noise pollution. It sounds like buzzing bees from a long way away. So at some point, I mean, it does drive up the cost of electricity for everybody to have these. And I want to put down limitations on these. I don't think there should be any in Knox County anymore, period. That's why I started dreaming or thinking about how to create an ordinance that says that. I plan on working with the law director's office. But these just they're not in the best interest of our community. And just wanted to give everybody a heads up. Maybe you can spend some time over the next month thinking about this issue. But just wanted to let everybody know this is a big problem going across the county. Now, I do know across the country. I do know, though, we may not be under a threat of it as much because I think Anderson County is allowing these to go into their county. Of course, they probably get power from TVA as well, so that could drive up our everybody's electricity rates. But they may not be looking to expand it in Knox County. Oh, the other point I wanted to make is they take up a tremendous amount of space, and they often look for agricultural space. So I know that's an issue with a number of commissioners, that we don't want any more agricultural space than necessary to be converted into some other use. So there's that issue, and there's a famous controversy, a recent controversy with Dale Earnhardt's widow talking about selling 400 acres, I think, in North Carolina to be used for a data center. So that might be a good jumping off point if you're interested in exploring the issue. But just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention and get ready for next month. And then the other one that I wanted to discuss is the real property limitations. The General Assembly has already basically preempted this field, and they've put down a lot of limitations on who can purchase real property in Tennessee. There's a concern with China and other hostile countries purchasing real property, in particular real property near sensitive sites like Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and they've been buying properties near military installations and other sensitive sites across the country. So I think the General Assembly, though, has taken that one off our plate because they've preempted that, except I don't think they've touched on this, and this is an issue that came up in Loudoun County a couple of years ago. A piece of property was bought for a development, and they were going to put covenants in place that prohibited any American citizen from buying a lot in the development. It was only going to be for people from China, okay? And I sent this, Mr. Moyers, I sent him this particular story, and he took a look at it and was astonished to learn this. But I think that for any property that's in Knox County, an American citizen should always have the opportunity to buy property in their own country. So that may be a violation of the Fair Housing Act, or Mr. Moyers knows more about that, but that's the intent of this next ordinance that I'd like to place before the commission, is that we're not going to let people come buy American real property and then prevent Americans from purchasing it. So that also will be pushed off until December, but people can have an opportunity to investigate that.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Chair Oster. I actually have a couple of questions. I was wondering if one of the members of the Juvenile Center board could just give us a brief overview of what has happened and why we're postponing things. And then I have some other questions, but I'd like to give the floor to them first, and then I'll continue my questions.
I'll turn that over to Commissioner Jay since he's the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the board meets monthly, and when the transition happened last summer, we had set forth, this commission had put in place a 6-month timeline to transition operational control to the sheriff to start on January 1. We also immediately asked for CTAS and our partners at the University of Tennessee to do a full assessment, and they did that over the summer and delivered that to us last month. That was a 90-plus page report outlining the pluses, the minuses, the deficiencies, some areas of concern from security facility upgrades, staffing. I mean, it was a very comprehensive report, and we just got that last month. From that, and from the work that we've been doing, it's clear that we just need more time, and the sheriff needs more time to facilitate the transition. So it's a really basic request to extend it to July 1. It also has to do with the budget. The new fiscal year starts July 1, and this, the facility has been severely hamstrung by the folks who left that facility and the subsequent staff who has resigned because there were no records there were no records present when the transition happened of any personnel time off, especially time off requests. And everybody took the position of, I've never taken a day off, and I've never taken a vacation, and you owe me full leave for every day that I've ever been here since the dawn of time. And so the budget has been severely hampered by the amount of payouts that have had to happen to employees leaving. And so it's just things are going in many ways. It's going well. There's been a tremendous amount of progress that's happened since July. The facility is not in crisis. It's stable, it's secure, it's safe, and we're working through some personnel issues, but it's just not ready to be transitioned over. And the sheriff and the mayor and board and others sort of sat back and said, look, we got a lot to digest from the CTAS report. Sheriff's not ready yet. We have the budgetary issues that we're working through. We have some personnel issues that are ongoing right now. We need to keep steady on the work we're doing and then be able to transition it in a way that's most successful.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson, or Russell?
Thank you for that update. And by the way, does the personnel office, like payroll, do they not track the time off?
They do now.
They do, okay. I just know they do for the other departments, so I was just wondering if they do for
Yeah,
that.
this was one of the, there's actually others, but this was one of the departments that lived in its own unique bubble with its own board and did its own payroll and did its own time off and its own schedule and literally lived on an isolated island for nearly 50 years. When the transition happened, one of the pluses of the transition is that immediately everybody is now on the Knox County payroll system with tracking and time off and leave and job descriptions and all of that. PBA has come in and helped stabilize the building and run, is working on operations from a facility side. So like finance is involved where they weren't as much before. And it's, I actually recently asked HR, okay, we're cleaning this up, we're working through this transition. Are there other departments that are operated similarly? And while there aren't any other ones that live on a true like island with its own governance, there are actually several different departments that do not, like they track their own time separately and are not part of the full HR system. There are 6 or 7 other departments that live that way. The personnel committee may want to sort of look into that. Some of that is based upon what the state puts under the control of constitutional officers. Some of it may just be internal. So we're still kind of exploring it, but my goal is that this, I will turn that over to the chair of the personnel committee to kind of examine it, because ultimately the taxpayers are on the hook financially, and we have to know what those long-term liabilities are for every employee, regardless of where they work.
I'm actually surprised that the finance department didn't ask for at least a list of accrued time off at the end of each fiscal year to do that calculation. And
They may have, it may not have been provided. There was a significant amount of documents and records that we expected to be there that were not.
thank you for staying on top of that.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back to Commissioner Fox's future ordinance on the data center, I had an interview this past week. Farm Bureau had given my information to a local grad student at UT who was doing a story on cattle prices or whatever. But anyway, completely unrelated to data centers. But I just mentioned that I had done some research through ChatGPT and asked some questions or whatever. And her immediate thing, once the recording ended, she's like, be careful with your use of ChatGPT and AI sources because of the amount of water consumption. And she's like, I was unaware of it until she started doing the research. She and I are on very different political spectrums, but her concern was the amount of water consumption. I was like, really? She said, yes, look into it. The amount of power and water that they're consuming is insane. I was like, wow. And it's just to cool the processors, just to cool the system is all the water is used for. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents. It's interesting that you brought that up, and I just talked to this lady about it, and before then I knew nothing about it, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Rawls?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staying on the subject, 43, will there be any language around Bitcoin centers?
Yeah, I think it's all part of, yeah, I would certainly bring that in, yes. To me, it's the same animal, yeah.
Okay, because Bitcoin centers are a little bit different, but there's one actually in your district that I met with some people about. And they don't pull as much water, but they pull a lot of energy consumption. So the center in Forks of the River, on your side, it pulls about 7-8% of KUB's power.
Yeah.
That's significant. Nobody pulls that amount of power. So, I would love to see that language.
Yeah,
So-
that's
so-
the one I'm referring to. That is,
Okay.
that's the Bit Deer, Tennessee.
That's, okay, yeah.
Bit
that
Deer,
one.
Tennessee. And, yeah, I mean, I want to frame it in a way that I don't, could it be handled like Mr. Morris and I talked about handling it through zoning or something? But I don't want anybody to be able to grandfather in this use. So if this ever goes away, like Bit Deer, something happens and they can't continue their operations, I don't want somebody to come in behind them and continue it. I mean, I think we just need it out of Knox County because of what you said. Yeah.
Commissioner Jay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 items. If the sponsors of item number 35 would mind, I'd like to sign on to that. Okay. And then I'm sure you guys will explore, Commissioner Fox, I'm sure you'll explore it with Mr. Moyers, but I believe 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, we actually had a data center come to the one looking for zoning in the 9th district or 8th district, and through the zoning process, we did vote that down. I think you guys will explore it, and he'll figure out what's legal and what's not. I just always want to make sure that we don't add more. If we have the tools to do things now, not adding more and more layers of bureaucracy to it, and technology may change. So I would just caution, because of how it operates today, doesn't necessarily mean how it will be in the next iteration of technology in the future. So we just want to be very careful about what we limit ourselves to. And I would say the same thing. I'm sure you guys will explore who gets to own land here and there. And the state probably tells us what we can and can't do already, much less. So you guys will explore that. But we do have a case where we voted one down, and I'm sure we can find that pretty quickly.
Thank you. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the data centers, I actually recently read an article where the water consumption, the water that they're placing back through the waste system that ultimately would go into our lakes is heated. And over time, that could change the makeup of our lakes. It could affect the wildlife. It could affect the natural resources that we have. And our lakes are actually one of our major resources in this area that attracts tourism and makes the quality of life good. So I have heard, I mean, from the data that I've read, they seem to be somewhat harmful to the environment. I also just wanted to briefly mention a point on item 30, the honorary resolutions. I am 100% supportive of controlling these, but I would also like to, actually, I would like to propose that we consider eliminating them altogether. They often take a lot of time during our meetings, and by making our meetings long, it discourages public participation. We have had times when we have had people who wanted to speak to the commission about an item that commission is actually engaged and elected to oversee. And then by having our meetings go so long, it actually somewhat discourages that public participation and actually kind of interferes with the job that we were elected originally to do. So that's actually why I'm supporting it, anything to help bring those under control, and if not eliminated totally, maybe do it to where each commissioner can only do 1 to 2 per year. So therefore, it's actually something that is truly an honor to get rather than somebody just happened to mention it and we put it on the agenda.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback really on what Commissioner Jay said in relating to Commissioner Fox's number 43 proposal. I think it's I do think it's something we definitely need to look closely at. And my recall was a lot like Commissioner Jay's in that we had it, I think it might have been Midway Business Park that was actually looking, and wanting to do that. And in fact, the neighbors, the community did come forward and talk about the noise, I think, was really their big concern and all that. And I have no objection to what you're trying to do. I do wonder, though, again, if it wouldn't be something to be more appropriate in a zoning, putting in our UDO, since we're in the middle of a rewrite now, and just encompassing it there, since it really does have to do with specific land use. So that's just my only comment on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Durrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was unaware of this data center map website and was able to pull some up, and I see some that I recognize, one specifically being Tin Hats, but I would like, Director Webb, if you wouldn't mind coming up here for a moment, just so we can kind of talk this out. I know data centers are all the talk right now amongst county governments. Do we use any of these data centers? And I apologize, I don't know if you're aware of this.
No worries. Zach Webb, Knox County IT. So there's a technicality there. Technically, no, we do not. We have used Tin Hats in the past, but we parted ways 6 or 8 months ago. We don't use them currently. And I want to clarify something a bit just for the group. The term is used rather loosely, I think, in the context of this, and hearing the discussion here, I think what you're really referring to is mining or AI centers using massive capacity for typically for some type of gain that isn't really providing a service. I think that's what you're referring to. The term data center, as it's defined and as the map shows, because I pulled the map up as well, is showing all data centers in the county. But if you look at that, in fact, one of those we actually own. The Digital Crossing Center is owned by Knox County. It's Knox County property, and we are the owner, and we have a tenant that's operating that. However, that's not a Bitcoin or AI. It's simply serving some of the systems you're actually using. So we have cross connects and interconnects
at that location, providing cross-connects and interconnectivity for AT&T, Comcast, you name it, they're there. You probably know that as well. But that is a data center in definition of the term, and that shows up on that list. So I want to encourage you to make sure we're not, we're outlawing farming or discussing the idea of farming for, opium or something bad, but farming in general cannot be out, because we have to have data centers to operate. That's how we work. And we have a data center in this building, and we have a data center at Digital Crossing. And just to be clear, there is a distinction there and difference. And I want to just make that point, but thank you for the opportunity.
Sure, thank you. And to kind of carry on a point that Zach just made is, I know like with Tin Hats, for example, that is also how internet providers provide fiber to other parts of town. And so that is, I know Comcast has fiber going through Tin Hats. So yeah, I guess maybe a more defined definition of data center, like if we're talking about maybe electricity usage, water usage, that kind of thing. Because I understand what you're getting, the point you're trying to get to, but saying all data centers are the same might pose an issue in the future.
Thank you. Director Caldwell?
Thank you, Chris Caldwell, 400 Main Street. I also think it would be good, and we can have them to come to maybe get Mike Odom from the chamber here, from the standpoint of like business recruitment and what the state does and what we do locally, just to make sure that we don't have language that would impact something that we do, that like Zach mentioned.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. One more comment I had directed to Commissioner Jay when you were giving the report on the detention facility and the clear issue that presented with people not turning in vacation and how we just took a big hit on that. And perhaps referring that to Personnel Committee. I am the chair of Personnel, and I'm thinking, looking at our scope of practice, so to say, that Personnel actually only has control over employees of merit, the commission office, and internal audit. I'm thinking that perhaps that this subject should be explored probably by our human resources or even our finance department. I'm just throwing that out there because I don't want it to appear that the Personnel Committee isn't going to pick up the ball where we should.
That makes sense. And if I'm looking back at the information came from the HR department, and everything that they identified that are the list of departments who are not city county ventures that fall under the county payroll system but track their leave independently. They're all from the judiciary. They're attorney general, general session judges, juvenile service judges, law department, and public defender. So I'm not sure, with the exception of maybe the law department, I don't know if that's a constitutional officer. I know we elect ours, but I think everything else is, Mr. Moyers, probably, it's all part of the judiciary, and there may not be any oversight, and we may be at the whim of their own operations. So, okay, but thank you for scoping that out. I won't send it to you now.
Okay, so if you'll just mark that O-2511 and 101 and O-2511, 102 is being deferred to December. Commissioner Fox, I totally get where you're going with this data center, and I think we've had good discussion. We got a really short time to get everything in for our December meeting. I would ask that maybe you just might consider this for January. But, that's completely up to you. It's just a quick turnaround working with everybody. And so I just wanted to kind of bring that to your attention. So, all right, if we have nothing further, then this meeting is adjourned, and see you at 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I call to order the Knox County zoning meeting for Monday, November 11th, 2025. I don't see any elected officials in the office. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll, please.
Commissioner Rawls?
Present.
Commissioner Durrett?
Here.
Commissioner Oster?
Here.
Commissioner Jackson? Commissioner Russell? Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Thompson?
Here.
Commissioner Fox? Commissioner Jay?
Here.
Commissioner Frazier?
Present.
11 members are present.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Director Moyers to lead us in the pledge.
All right, please stand and face the flag. Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, amendments to the agenda. We're adding number 11, withdrawal number 3, and no deferrals. Do I have any discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Durrett, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next item, approval of minutes, previous meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes had it. Public. Yeah, I'm getting ready to. Public forum for agenda items only. That is going to be heard once the item is called. And I will now turn it over to Director Moyers to swear in the applicants.
All right, if you're here to speak to this body on any item on the agenda, either for or against, if you plan to speak here today, please stand and raise your right hand. Anyone who plans to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, be seated, please.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the first item.
10V25RZ, request of Benchmark Associates, Inc. for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential. Property located at 2005 Robinson Road, parcel ID 105-22401 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Do I have the applicant present? All right. We will call this one at the end. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the next item, please.
10R25RZ, request of Benjamin C. Mullins for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 2924 Bakertown Road, parcel ID 091248 in the 3rd Commission District.
Thank you. Is applicant present?
I am.
Thank you. Name and
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street.
perfect. I don't have anyone signed up to speak in opposition. Is there anyone in the audience? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to one condition.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, would you like to speak to the project?
Yeah, briefly, we'd initially asked for 4 unit PR, 4 units an acre. Staff came back and recommended 2 dwelling units an acre with one condition. We were fine with the density. We were fine with the condition. I do think there's a typo in the condition. I just noticed it just a few minutes ago. The condition says maintain a 50-foot tree preservation buffer along the northern and western boundary lines, as shown in the shaded area in Exhibit B. I think that actually should be eastern instead of western. But with that, I mean, I know, Bakertown Road's not the best road, but with 2 units an acre, that'll allow for 12 kind of larger lots on that home, on that property, which I think is very appropriate, especially considering the roads. Talked to engineering, I think they're fine with 2 units an acre. I ask that you follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we've spoken about it. Community was not happy about 4. I'm glad that we got it down to 2. And I am glad that there's going to be bigger lots over there too. That'll be nice in that area and keeping that condition. So with that being said, I will make a motion to approve the PR zone up to 2 dwelling units an acre, because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to one condition, which is the change on the eastern side for the buffer.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Frazier, a second by first by Commissioner Oster, second by Commissioner Frazier, I'm sorry. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you all
Best of
very
luck.
much.
All right, next item, please.
Item number 4, 10C25RZ is a request of Jason Rance Gossett IV for rezoning from A agricultural to C a general business. Property located at 8523 Asheville Highway, parcel ID 062-22201 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? All right. We will move those to the back. Next item, please.
Item number 5, 10E25RZ, request of David M. Seal Jr. for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential. Property located at 5620 Tazewell Pike, parcel ID 039KB004 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Hi, if you'll come down to the podium for me, please. And if you'll state your name and county residence.
David Seal, 5620 Tazewell Pike, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37918.
Thank you. I didn't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone in the audience for opposition? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Mr. Seal, would you like to tell us a little bit about your project?
I was basically going to apply to have it subdivided into 3 lots and build my son a house on one of them.
Okay.
So
All right,
that's
perfect.
basically it.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you want to subdivide, are you living there as well, or?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you're going to build a house for your son too, and break it up? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a great plan.
Yeah, he just recently got out of boot camp and AIT, and so he's in the National Guard and good young man. So he wants to live next door to Dad. So
That never happens.
I know.
Well, the smile on your face, it looks like you're pretty happy about that.
Oh yeah,
so.
I'm definitely excited.
Well, good. Well, I certainly don't want to stand in the way, so I'd like to make a motion to approve. Were there any conditions on this or no?
No.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Seal, best of luck with your project. Please thank your son for his service.
All right, thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 6, 10M25RZ, request of Worley Builders, Inc. for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 6 dwelling units per acre, property located at 0 and 860 South Gallagher View Road, parcel ID 133042030 in the 4th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Scott Williams, 4530 Annalee Way, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921.
Thank you. Is there a Miss Schrack in the audience? Did you sign up for this item? Okay, perfect. All right. So we do have an opposition to that, so I'll turn it over to Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR planned residential zone up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it will bring future land use into greater harmony with the surrounding residential development, subject to one condition.
Thank you. Would you like to explain a little bit about your project?
Sure. I'm an engineer. I'm here on behalf of Worley Builders to represent the project. This is the old Holston Gas's property for propane gas, and they've sold out, and they're selling out. My client is looking to do a residential subdivision here, so kind of a better use for the surrounding area, which is, as you can see, all surrounded by single-family residential. And the density, we're going to do single-family homes, so it'd be similar to the surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schrack, if you will come up and give your name and county of residence, please, you will have, got 5 minutes? 5 minutes, yes.
Good evening. My name's Melanie Schrack. I live at 875 South Gallagher View Road. I'm here today on behalf of the Westland Station community. We have 9 of our neighbors here present as well, respectfully requesting support to widen the portion of South Gallagher View Road that runs on the left-hand side of the map to widen to 20 feet instead of the subject of 18 feet. If the road's only 18 feet wide and we have 2 vehicles parked on either side, that would only leave about 6.4 feet for passage. Notably, the standard width of a fire truck is 8 feet and an ambulance is 6.8. So an 18-foot road with multiple cars parked would leave a clearance less than needed for safety for emergency access. The rezoning is currently contingent upon that 18-foot width expansion, but research and federal standards show that 20 feet is still considered narrow for two-way residential streets, and typical standards are closer to 25. So we're still just requesting a modest increase of 2 feet. Increasing from 18 to 20 would only result in a moderate increase in driving speeds, with multiple studies showing an additional 1 mile per hour per additional foot. Additionally, with the 10 new homes planned on that portion of South Gallagher View Road, studies have shown that when you have more construction, this will naturally slow down traffic due to that obstruction in the visual views. So that would help offset any increase in speed. To summarize, the hypothetical increase in speed would be offset by the new building, and so we'd like to request 20 feet of the road be widened to 20 feet along that left-hand side of South Gallagher View Road to allow safer access for two-way traffic, better clearance for pedestrians and parked cars, and ensure emergency vehicles can reach all of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
We don't have any problem with widening the road. The county had recommended 18 feet, and that's in part by we're already going to have to relocate existing utilities down that road. And we're just trying to minimize the impact. We don't have the ability, that's a smaller piece of land, so we're just trying to minimize the impact. The 20-foot would push us over closer to some power lines over there, and as she stated, it would increase the speed possibly of the people traveling on the road, which are mostly the people in the subdivision that she's with. So the current road is 14 feet to 16 feet wide. It's very narrow. I agree that it needs to be widened further than that, but majority of the roads in Knox County are probably no more than 16 to 18 feet. In this case, I feel like 18 would probably be the correct one to both limit speed and increase the width of the road to make it safer. But we're not opposed to widening the road from what it is now.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Do I have any questions? Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Are we speaking of the property that just, of the part of Gallagher that just fronts the property being rezoned? That one section, right?
Just up there on the screen, it would be the left side. We call that the west prong of South Gallagher View. It's the old version. It used to go down there and cross the railroad tracks, but years ago they redid that intersection to make it safer. And so the right side is the improved intersection you travel on now. The left side's a dead-end section that just accesses the neighborhood adjacent to us.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So is there access to both? I mean, it's both of them are South Gallagher View Road on the map, but are they connecting to both of the roads, the dead end road as well, or just the one in the middle?
The is what connecting the
larger portion on the left-hand side on the bottom, is it connecting to the dead-end street and the one that connects to
Yes.
to Westland? So it's connecting to both of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions.
Hold on one. To clarify, those are train tracks running. That does not.
on the south side.
on the-
There's train tracks, yes, sir,
Yeah,
and
so
then
I think, I think what Commissioner Thompson was saying was the western South Gallagher View Road that goes north to south there does not intersect with Westland. Because there's train tracks there. Yeah.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Jackson. Oh.
I'm in Westland Forest, right next to that.
Did you swear in, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Jonathan Overton. I'm at 805 Meadowfield Drive. The concern that was brought up with my HOA was that the neighborhood that they're proposing is going to have 10 driveways onto South Gallagher, and then another 3 exits on the top side, I think, to the main Gallagher view. I was thinking maybe it would be a better option to have the exit and entrance between those two properties that are shown and highlighted there, and then have all of the traffic go out at Gallagher View instead of the dead-end street.
Okay.
Because
Thank you.
adding 10 other driveways to that one side would just create a problem for these neighbors, and then it would be basically the opposite of every neighborhood in the area, where
Okay.
one street goes in and that's where the houses are. Instead, it's all kinds of exits going out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as he just mentioned, this would be similar to some that we've had in ours, to where there's a lot of road frontage. So potentially having a single or one or two access points for the development for safety reasons may be appropriate. I don't know. I would defer that to Director Snowden if he has any opinions.
Can I speak to that? We've looked at it just preliminarily, trying to figure that out, because with the limited space on the property, it's very difficult. We couldn't really run an internal road, which we would have loved to have done, but we're not able to do that with the amount of space it would take up. So we looked at minimizing the driveways onto the property. We feel like the primary road, which is now the east prong, the through road up there, we didn't want to access it, but the minimum number of times possible. So on the east side, northeast side of the road, we'll have one access point for up to 5 lots potentially over there. And then on the south side, we'll have 2. And the only reason we'll have 2 is because you can only do 5 lots on a easement, and we'll have about 10 lots down there. So we just weren't able to facilitate less than 2 accessing that road. So for safety purposes, we've minimized it on that. Now, on the western prong up against the neighborhood, with that being a dead-end road, for us to be able to do what we want to do on the north side and allow less driveways, we have to set all the houses back 25 additional feet further into the property to give room for that common driveway. So what happens on that side, we don't have as much room over there. So we need to be able to access it with the driveways. We feel that it would be better product anyway to have the fronts facing that road. If we had an internal lot, then the people in this neighborhood will be looking at the backyards of everyone coming down. And like I said, we just don't have the acreage. We wish we did.
Yeah, I noticed on here it's only like 5.5 acres.
Yes, sir.
And I know how small 5.5 acres can be if you're trying to
split, so
put a road in. So would it be a situation where you're backing the houses off and giving, I guess, turnaround space in those driveways for the folks to so not backing into South Gallagher View Road?
They would not be backing into, we'll have a common driveway system on South Gallagher View Road, so they won't be backing into it at all. They'll be backing into essentially like a 20-foot alleyway that's inside our development to be able to turn around and go out. And that'll give them fire access as well. But that, like I said, that's only on the thoroughfare portion, the newly improved part. On the old part, it'll be just like a standard subdivision. They'll be coming out onto the existing road.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tell you, this is just to let our commissioners know, if you look at first of all, it's very confusing to say South Gallagher View Road because there are 2 of them right next to each other, which is odd. But if you look at the western South Gallagher View Road, right to the west of that says Boxcar Lane. That is actually Commissioner Russell's district. This is the dividing line, and to the east of that South Gallagher, where the black lines are for this property, is District 4. So this is like right on the line, and I appreciate you. I think that the enlarging the road to 20 feet is a reasonable request, and appreciate you agreeing to that. The only thing that I would request is, is that I want to make sure that that is enlarged prior to all of the houses being constructed. I see that if if we didn't require the road to be enlarged before we had the plating done is that you could have construction vehicles all down that South Gallagher View Road blocking traffic all day long, and then do it at the very end. So I want to make sure that before the lots are platted, are you agreeable to that?
We're agreeable to that. I do want to just add one point of reference to that. If we can widen that road at the beginning of the project, we would like to do that along with the dirt work and the utility relocation that is part of that road, and so we can do it all at one time. What we can do is our construction access will be off of the east prong, the main prong. We will have no construction access back there. We'll have to work right up against it. So we can't be, we'll be right against it trying to widen the road, but we will not access the site from that side until the road is widened and until the dirt work is complete. Then once it flips over into house construction after the platting is done, then we'll have to access it from the front to be able to do the driveways and stuff. But we can at least do that and limit the access off of that road to after the dirt work and all the other work's done to try to help with the existing neighborhood not having to drive through our mess.
Thank you. Mr. Snowden, does that make sense to you?
It does. We would prefer the road to be widened prior to the platting of lots as well.
Okay. I'll make a motion. Does that satisfy the concerns of the neighborhood overall? I'll make a motion that we approve as presented with the modification by requesting the road be enlarged to 20 feet prior to the platting of lots.
I'd like to second it.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell and by Jackson, and second by Commissioner Russell. I'm going to jump ahead of that.
I would like to also thank Commissioner Jackson for considering my constituents when he was doing this.
Very good. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 7, 10U25RZ, request of DSD Development LLC for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 09516 9524 9608 Bluegrass Road, parcel ID 154 044 045 046 048 in the 4th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yeah, Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939.
Thank you. I didn't have anyone signed up for opposition. Is anyone in the audience? Seeing none? Yes, sir.
I was going to oppose myself.
Are you opposing?
Yes, ma'am. No. That's a first.
Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR Plan Residential Zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with surrounding development.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, would you like to speak to your project?
No, ma'am, I will tell you, I did have a first. At the planning meeting, someone pulled it off consent, was the adjacent neighbor, Mr. Green, pulled it off consent, came down to the podium and recommended approval and supported it. That's never happened to me before.
That never happens. Wow.
Respectfully request you approve as per staff recommendation.
All right. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, turn it over to Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to let everybody know that one of the issues that that I continually hear from my constituents on Bluegrass Road is the lack of a sidewalk. And just to kind of give everybody a background, that the state of Tennessee, our legislatures have passed a law forbidding the taking of land to build sidewalks. So this is an issue that, that is going to have to be done piecemeal, and I believe that you're agreeable, Mr. Davis, to the amendment to build a sidewalk on Bluegrass Road to the end of your property line, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yeah. And hopefully we will get this corrected in the future, but, as subdivisions continue to get built and development is done on Bluegrass, we'll continue to fill in those spots. But I don't have any questions, so I move approval as presented.
Perfect. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Jackson. Jay. All right. Motion on the floor by Commissioner Jackson, second by Commissioner Jay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project, Mr. Davis.
Thank you all for your time and service. Appreciate it.
Next item, please.
Item number 8, 10P25RZ, request of Mike Stevens Homes for rezoning from PR planned residential up to 3 dwelling units per acre to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Property located at 913 Gettysview Drive, parcel ID 144BA049 in the 5th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Give your name, sir.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the applicant, Mike Stevens Home.
Perfect. I didn't have anyone signed up for opposition. Is anyone in the audience? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with surrounding development.
Perfect. Mr. Forster, would you like to speak to the project?
Sure, I can address it briefly. This request is just really a slight increase in the density. The proposed development here is for townhouses on this mostly vacant piece of property that's just the remaining 3.9 acres that's undeveloped in the Gettysview community. Mike Stevens Homes, does great work, builds great projects, great homes, and did its due diligence, contacted the HOA representatives, sat down, met with them, told them their plans, their thoughts and about the proposed development, and had that open line of communication and dialogue that garnered their support on these rezoning, and we'll continue to do that before the development plan process, and sit down with and have those meetings again.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a great talk about this last week. I shared with him that I have multiple friends in Gettysview. I have heard nothing but positive remarks about this. So I would like to recommend that we approve it for 5 units per acre.
All right, I got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell. Is that a second by Commissioner Lee? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear out of this left ear. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good night.
you. Next item, please.
Item number 9, 10N25RZ, request of Sasha Cole for rezoning from RB General Residential to OB Office Medical and Related Services. Property is located at 415 South Gallagher View Road, parcel ID 133002 in the 5th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Hi.
Hi, Sasha Cole, P.O. Box 10409, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37939.
Perfect. I had no one signed up. Do I have anyone in opposition? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the OB Office Medical and Related Services Zone because it's compatible with the surrounding development and provides a transition of land use intensity.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Yes, I had a great talk with our Angela over the phone. Very great service, kind of gave me the prep talk. I think it's a really, to what you guys are planning across the street, I think you guys are planning CMU. So it's going to be a mixed use, and I think my project fits perfectly in there. I've taken an existing single-family home and converting it into like office suites, and it's going to be no more density. It's going to be very small and very quaint and pretty. So thank you.
Good. All right. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Russell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Like he said, we had a great conversation, and I would like to recommend that we approve the change of zoning to OB.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Russell and a second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your
Thank you for your
project.
time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 10, 10W25RZ, request of Addison Sandcross Whitmer for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential. Property located at 1914 Cureton Road, parcel ID 091216 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Hi.
How you doing? Rich Whitmer, 3949 Duck Cove Drive, 2110 Duck Cove Drive, 37922.
Awesome. No one signed up in opposition. Is there anyone here? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and supported by nearby infrastructure improvements.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Essentially, we're just trying to rezone it to what's in the area, the RA zoning, so that it's more in line with the rest of the community. And then we want to split the lot probably into two pieces later on with individual residential homes, just two homes.
Perfect. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Hill.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was thinking that you were just considering one other dwelling on this property. Is that not correct?
That's correct. Currently, there was one dwelling, so when we divided, we were looking to put two on.
Oh,
Just
all
divide
right.
it in half and.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
with you, yeah.
Okay, good.
I think that sounds great. I have no objections to this at all, and I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve RA zoning because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too. Next item, please.
Item 11, 9E25RZ, request of Daniel P. Humphreys for rezoning A agricultural to RB general residential. I'm sorry, from A agricultural and RB general residential to RA low-density residential property located at 6760 Grassy Creek Way, parcel ID 079-03110 in the 6th Commission District.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, Gary Roberts, 6760 Grassy Creek Way.
Perfect. No one signed up in opposition. Is anyone here? Seeing none, Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. That was quick. Seeing no other questions, Commissioner Hill?
I'm good also
All
with this.
right.
I've spoken with Mr. Roberts and a couple of his neighbors, and everybody's very satisfied. So without further discussion, I'd like to make a recommendation that we approve this property for RA low residential.
I have a second? Oh, okay. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Durrett. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck
Thank
with your
you.
project.
Thank you,
Next
Gary.
item, please.
Item 12, 10I25RZ, request of Zachary Lee Myers for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 6205 Primus Road, parcel ID 068-0426-04206, partial in the 7th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello. Zachary Myers, 6205 Primus Road, Knox
Thank
County,
you.
37912.
No one signed up in opposition, and no one is here in opposition, so Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, would you like to speak to your project?
The land is owned by my grandmother. She's wanting to split it up between myself and my younger brother. And put another residence on the other half.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions?
Nope.
Commissioner Hill? Okay, Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just seeing that there are two structures on the property now, you wanting to add a third structure or?
So the second structure is it's a
outbuilding?
garage.
It's a garage, okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussions, I'll send it over to Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in support of this, and I'd make a motion to approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you all.
Next item, please.
Item 13, 10F25RZ, request of Rick Shepherd for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 1802 Tipton Station Road, parcel ID 136174, partial in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Applicant present? Hi.
Hello. Rick Shepherd, 1802 Tipton Station Road, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Thank you. No one signed up. I don't see anyone here in opposition. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Perfect. Mr. Shepherd, would you like to speak to your project?
Yeah, we're just moving this property line up a little bit, the 100-foot, because I sold it to the guy out behind me, and there was no access to one side of his property, so we decided I'd just give him 100-foot just where he could access all his property.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Lee? Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Commissioner Fox, would you like Commissioner Thompson to go first?
Yes,
He's
I
got a
would.
question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the map here, and you're not applying for the entire property to be rezoned. What was the reason for rezoning part of it?
Well, it was my lot, but I was told that once we cut it down, took the 100-foot away, it wouldn't be considered residential agricultural no more. It would just be considered residential.
Okay. Okay, so you're leaving the back portion of it agriculture then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just curious.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Knox County Commission approve the rezoning request for Rick Shepherd because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox, second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck, Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 14, 10025RZ, request of Leonard Development LLC for rezoning from A agricultural to PR planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre, property located at 0 Winkle Lane, parcel ID 137-04804 in the 9th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening. It's Frank Leonard, 119 Westfield Lane.
Perfect. No one signed up in opposition. No one's here for opposition. Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the PR planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan, subject to 3 conditions.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
Just to say they're looking to do a residential subdivision and request that the council approve their staff recommendation.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at this, and so the address here is Winkle Lane. Do you have any, I guess, intention of tying to Tipton Station Road?
No, not to Tipton Station Road. We have an intention to tie to John Sevier and then make a road down almost in an L shape going east to Winkle Lane.
I'm
And-
sorry, not Tipton Station. That was the other one. John Sevier.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got my road mixed up.
That's okay. Yep, yep. And then there will also be an access point to the property that's to the west that's being developed as Tipton Station. That was per staff recommendation, so there'll be another access through that subdivision as well to these properties.
Okay, so you're accessing Winkle and John Sevier and the other?
Correct.
Okay. Are you as close, I guess my question would be to Director Snowden, as close as that is to the intersection of Winkle and John Sevier, is an entrance to this subdivision on John Sevier any safety concerns, or would it be best if the connection to John Sevier happened through the connection point of Masana Investments to have an access point over there, because that puts it further away from that intersection?
Correct, yeah. Any access along John Sevier Highway here would create a variance that I don't know if we could support. So you're right, I think the connection to the property to the west, which I checked the concept plan, it did have a stub for that, so it's allowed for that. Winkle Road is very narrow, so I mean, if the applicant does want to access that, there would be widening to be required of them to do that. So it may be something that we just look at access potentially just into the other subdivision to avoid widening Winkle, because Winkle's pretty narrow last time I was on it. So just to kind of limit those access points, so we can work with them through the concept plan as part of that access.
Okay, yeah, that's, and I pulled up the concept plan of the plot next to it, which does have direct access to John Sevier. And so, yeah, that would be my thought, is to, the John Sevier connection be through the other development and then connect to Winkle. Just because in that area, there's, you get, John Sevier is so highly trafficked anyway. minimizing the access points to where they're more controlled. So, anyway, that's my thoughts.
Does the applicant want access to Winkle?
It's not necessary. I mean, I think it would be beneficial to have two roads of access, but if the main access came through the property to the west and we eliminated John Sevier, I'd be agreeable to that as well.
Because I do worry, I mean, Winkle's really narrow.
It is,
and
yep.
It's, you'll have to potentially widen it, and that's some cost there that we might be able to save and just access via John Sevier Highway
So-
through the other development.
I would certainly be willing to work with staff on eliminating that and making it just work through the property to the west.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Mr. Leonard, I'm sure you're aware that probably within this development that you're seeking to construct, there are probably 700 homes that are currently under construction that have already been approved as far as rezonings and/or actual site plans. And so, and I just had a conversation earlier this week with somebody that wanted to develop some property on the other side of Chapman Highway on the east side of John Sevier. And I said, and he wanted it 5 units per acre. I said, no. I said, I can't support that right now because there is so much construction going on John Sevier Highway. We need to see what the impact will be with what is already in the pipeline, quite a bit of which was approved before I was elected. So I have the same message to you, unfortunately, that I cannot approve, or I mean, I cannot agree or approve of this level of density until the rest of the housing that is already in place gets built out and we can see what kind of impact this is going to have on John Sevier Highway. At some point, you just have to say, we got to stop now and see how this is going to play out. And John Sevier Highway is not going to be widened for about another 5 years. So it's already very heavily traveled. I did see that there was an email response that was asking for a disapproval. So I'm not going to make a motion that this be approved at the density that you seek. I will ask you, you can do a couple things. First of all, if you want to come speak to a South Doyle Neighborhood Association about this particular project, then we could put this off for 30 days and you could come back in December and we can see what the community thinks about this. I mean, I'm not aware that you have spoken with anybody within the community. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you want, that's the most favorable thing I can do for you. Otherwise, I would make a motion to allow you to develop, to rezone this planned residential up to 2 units per acre. So that's what I'm intending to do right now. But if you want me to defer this for a month so you can talk to the community and see if the community will get behind your project, then I may rethink it. But that's my position right now.
Okay. And if I could speak to that point, I certainly understand where you're coming from. There is a lot going on John Sevier right now. With it being a smaller piece of property at 7.3 acres, what I was trying to do was stay in compliance with what was going on to the property to the left, especially since there was already an approved concept plan where a stub out was going into the property that I'm seeking approval for today. That was why I came in with that amount, thinking that we could be in concurrence with that Tipton Station development as well, since it was going to have to be accessible for that.
Yeah, that was approved over my objection, by the way. Yeah, so I did not vote for that level of density, and I cannot support the level of density that you are proposing. So, I'll give you the option. If you want me to defer this for 30 days and you talk to community members, and if the community says, hey, Commissioner Fox, we understand your concerns, but we're for this, I may change my position on it. Otherwise, I'm just going to offer 2 units per acre.
Okay. Well,
So-
I'm certainly willing to defer it and talk to the community if that's what's required by this commission as well.
Okay, all right. In that case, Madam Chair, I I make a motion that this particular case be deferred to the December calendar.
All right. I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Fox to defer for 30 days, and second by Commissioner Lee. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, Commissioners, we have to go back to number 1 and number 4. Madam Clerk?
Number 1, request of Benchmark Associates, Inc. for rezoning from A agricultural to RA low-density residential, property located at 2005 Robinson Road, parcel ID 105-22401 in the 3rd Commission District.
All right. Hello? Are you,
Benny Mormon, Benchmark Associates, 10308 Hardin Valley Road.
okay. You came in late, didn't you? So I need to swear you in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Director Moyers?
Sir, would you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. All right. I don't have anyone signed up in opposition. No one's here. Director Brooks?
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the RA low-density residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the project?
I'm here to field questions only.
Okay, tell me what you're wanting to do on this area.
The gentleman that got the property to the northwest rezoned to RA, he has a contract to purchase this and just wants it RA as well. At most, it would add one residence.
It would add one
Residence.
residence, okay. All right, I am fine with that, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve the RA zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Oster, second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Number 4, Madam Clerk.
10C25RZ, request of Jason Rance Gossett IV for rezoning from A agricultural to CA general business, property located at 8523 Asheville Highway, parcel ID 062-22201 in the 8th Commission District.
Thank you. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry I'm late.
It's okay. Give me your name and address, please.
Jason Rasgossett IV, 1131 Phillips Avenue.
Perfect. I didn't have anyone signed up in opposition. No one's here in opposition, so Director Brooks.
Planning Commission recommends that County Commission approve the CA general business zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your project?
No, not necessarily.
Tell us a little bit of what you're planning on doing.
Sure. I assumed it was already general business all these years because me and my daddy had a construction company there, and he had a car lot there way back, and we were construction there for nearly 40 years, and he gave it to me, and then I found out it wasn't. So I was kind of shocked. So we
I bet it was.
applied.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I will turn it over to Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just pulled up the satellite view of the property, and yeah, those are not cows in that parking lot. That is very, very much trucks and stuff. So it makes sense that you would have thought it was commercial.
Yeah, I had no clue.
So yeah, I have no problems. I guess to make it consistent with what already is, I'd make a motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Thompson and a second by Commissioner Frazier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Best of luck. Thank
Thank y'all.
you. All right, next item.
We have no zoning appeals, no amendments to the Knox County zoning ordinance. Next item is public forum for open topics.
All right, we have no one signed up for that. So other business. So Commissioners, we usually do this next week, but since Veterans Day's tomorrow, then I wanted to give a couple of dates because it would be after next week. Does that make sense? Okay. If any of you put flags down at John Sevier or Lions View last weekend, then, or if you didn't and you want to go pick them up because they always have a hard time with people coming back and picking them up, then that will be this Saturday at 10 a.m. and it literally takes about 45 minutes. So it was really quick, but it was awesome. Reads Across America, just go ahead and put on your calendar. I've got it down for December 14th. And that will be obviously at all the locations. And then pick up for those, and that's another issue. Everybody enjoys laying them down, but they don't always enjoy them picking them up. So that will be Saturday, January 20th.
December 13th.
December 13th. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jay. December 13th. And then this Saturday is the flag pickup. I've got noon. What time? It's early, isn't it? Like 9?
No, it's noon.
Oh, it is noon. Okay. I was right on that, but I was wrong on the date. So noon. We need to have all the legislative priorities in by when, Commissioner Lee? Today. So get them in today. Agenda items are going to be early this month because of Christmas. So agenda items are due by November 24th for December calendar. Commissioner Hill?
Were you finished? I just had an announcement also.
Oh, okay. You go ahead, because then I'm going to finish up with something else.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
reminder, Commissioners, I asked Drew to send you out a invitation for Build-A-Bed. We're doing it Wednesday at the Hardin Valley Pavilion. If you need the address, please ask me afterwards. But it's in conjunction with the TVA Retired Employees Credit Union. They do a lot of good works throughout the county. This is a project where they actually physically build beds, but it doesn't matter if you don't know how to hold a hammer. Everything is pre-cut, and literally it works like an assembly line. It's typically a smaller group, maybe 30, 35 people that come out, but these beds are given to already identified families throughout the community for children that are in need of a bed in our Knox County area. So everyone's invited.
It's a great project. Commissioner Jane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let everybody know that the application portal for the Junior Commissioner Program has gone live today, and the first release has gone out today. So the promotion will begin pretty quickly. Commissioner Durrett and I are continuing to connect with all of our area high schools, but a lot of the engagement comes from you all as commissioners. So please encourage anyone you know that is a high school junior or senior to apply. Applications will be open until December 18th at 5 o'clock. So we have a little bit longer runway this year for applications, and all the information can be found, of course, at the Junior Commissioner website off of our commission page.
Perfect.
I might also suggest if Drusilla still has the emails from our last year's commissioners, that if that would be sent out to remind them also. I know many of them have expressed interest in wanting to
mine
let
was
their
gonna help. Yeah.
colleagues know.
We have an alumni list that we
Oh, thank you.
mail
Thank
to and
That'll be
encourage.
awesome. Commissioner Frazier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick reminder to the Beer Board that we have a session with Metro Drug Coalition Monday, November 17th at 2 p.m. in the small assembly room. They're just going to present to us kind of the resources and training that they provide and answer any questions that we may have. And that's open for all of commissions. So if you'd like to join us, other commissioners, again, Monday, November 17th, that's next Monday at 2 p.m. in the small assembly room.
Perfect. And then, like I say, I usually do this at the end of the regular meetings, but I would like everybody to listen to this for just a minute, because we don't have to rush out that hard. It's 5:53, so we've only been here 53 minutes, so everybody's okay. This was read at a meeting that I was at this last week, and it was just, I thought this was very appropriate for Veterans Day. It is the veteran, not the preacher, who has given you freedom of religion. It's the veteran, not the reporter, has given you freedom of press. It's the veteran, not the poet, who has given you freedom of speech. It's the veteran, not the protester, who has given you freedom of assembly. It's the veteran, not the lawyer, who has given you the right to fair trial. It's the veteran, not the politician, who has given you the right to vote. It's the veteran who salutes the flag, who serves under the flag, and whose coffin is draped by the flag. So I just want everybody to think about that before Veterans Day, since it's tomorrow, and that would have been too late next week. So I just appreciate you guys, and get home safe, as it was snowing, so hopefully that stopped, and we will see you next week. Meeting adjourned.